I've worked as a park ranger long enough to know that most of the dangers people face in the wilderness aren't from anything supernatural. They come from the earth itself, from the animals that live in it, from the weather that shifts without warning, from mistakes that start small but snowball into real emergencies. I've had my share of close calls, and I've seen others walk right into trouble without even realizing it. Some of the moments that have stayed with me the most weren't big dramatic rescues, but the quiet hours where fear dug into my chest, and I had to force myself to keep moving. Last year I had one of those experiences at Lassen Volcanic National Park. I was assigned a routine patrol in an area that drew fewer people compared to the crowded popular trails. This was part of the work I actually liked: walking long stretches, checking trail conditions, watching for hazards, making sure no one had gone off trail or left trash behind. The assignment that day was the trail that leads out to the thermal vents. It's a strange place, full of steaming ground, mud pots, and the smell of sulfur thick in the air. Beautiful, but unsettling in its own way. When I parked my truck at the trailhead that morning, the lot was almost empty. That alone gave me a small knot in my stomach. I've always preferred there to be at least a few other cars around. It means someone else is out there, moving along the trail, creating a sense of shared presence. But that morning it was only my truck and one sedan parked crooked near the tree line, looking like whoever drove it there left in a rush. I stepped out, adjusted my pack, and started walking. The sky was gray and heavy, though it wasn't supposed to rain. The air had a strange weight to it. I felt uneasy almost immediately. It wasn't from the trail itself. Nothing was wrong. There, the dirt path stretched ahead like always, but more of an animal sense, that tight pressure at the base of your spine that tells you you're exposed, that something unseen might be close. I told myself it was nothing, just the silence of being one of the only people out there. Still, the feeling didn't fade. Every crunch of gravel under my boots echoed louder than it should have. Every flicker of movement in the trees had me scanning the shadows. The woods around Lassen are thick, with tall pines and uneven undergrowth, and the wind carries sound in strange ways. I kept moving toward the vents, all the while with my skin prickling. The closer I got to the thermal features, the stronger the smell of sulfur became. Steam lifted from the ground in patches, curling into the air. The vents hissed like kettles, spitting little bursts of heat into the cool morning. It should have been fascinating, but that uneasiness never left. It was like walking across land that didn't want me there. I stayed for a short while, noted the conditions, and then turned to head back. On the return hike, the trail felt different. I don't know why, but the air seemed heavier, quieter, like the forest was holding its breath. About a mile into the walk back, I stopped dead when I heard it, a low growl from somewhere in the trees. My body locked up instantly. I stood still, my ears straining. I scanned left and right, waiting for movement, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. Every instinct told me to stay frozen. The growl was low, but unmistakable. I had dealt with bears before, usually black bears, since that's what lives in the park. They don't always want to cause trouble, but if you surprise one or get between a mother and her cubs, it can go bad fast. I listened for a minute, heart pounding so hard it felt like my chest was shaking. Then silence. No movement. No sound. I told myself to keep calm and started walking again, slow and careful. That's when the rustling started. Sharp cracks of twigs snapping, the scrape of leaves shifting. I turned my head and there it was, a black bear about 40 yards away, moving through the trees. It was big enough to make my chest go cold. The bear wasn't charging though. It was walking the same direction I was, parallel but a little ahead, like we were both traveling the same path in separate lanes. My pulse jumped so hard I felt dizzy. I forced myself not to run. Running would trigger its chase instinct. Instead, I kept my eyes on it, watching every move. The bear's head lifted once like it had caught my scent, but then it lowered and kept walking. I moved slowly down the trail, matching its pace. Every step felt like a gamble. The trail curved, and after a while the bear disappeared from sight. That should have calmed me, but it didn't. My nerves were stretched so tight it felt like they could snap. I kept moving until the trees opened into a meadow. The bear was nowhere in sight. I made a choice in that moment. I booked it. I ran hard, lungs burning, boots thudding against the dirt. 2 miles of pushing myself as fast as I could, glancing back over my shoulder the whole time, until I finally reached my truck. I slammed the door, started the engine, and tore out of there. I should have called it a day, but instead I drove to a busier part of the park, where there were families walking around, the sound of voices echoing off the trails. I needed that noise, that presence, just to push back the leftover fear. That wasn't the only time the woods gave me that kind of fear. Another time, not long after, I was off duty, but exploring with a friend. We had gone to a place outside the park known as the Secret Sidewalk, an old aqueduct in Niles Canyon that people still talk about. The city had started to demolish parts of it, but sections remained overgrown and cracked, like a concrete scar cutting through the brush. We walked to the end of the aqueduct, snapped a few pictures, and started heading back. The air there felt different than in the park. Quieter in some ways, heavier in others. As we moved back along the path, the sound hit us. Loud crashing in the brush, branches snapping, leaves thrashing. It wasn't a squirrel or a bird. It was too heavy, too deliberate. We froze instantly. My brain went through the list. In that area, large animals aren't common. No bears, no mountain lions. The occasional deer maybe, but this sounded bigger than a deer. Human, possibly, but the sound was so loud it didn't fit the way people move. I strained my eyes into the shadows, waiting for some shape to appear. My chest felt like it was caving in with the silence that followed. The sound stopped as suddenly as it started. That was almost worse. My friend looked pale, and I could feel the adrenaline starting to flood through me. We didn't talk, just started walking again, faster this time. Every crack of a stick behind us made me jolt, convinced something was following. I kept scanning, expecting to see a figure or an animal step out, but nothing did. By the time we reached the spot where we had climbed up to the aqueduct, I felt drained. My nerves shot. We scrambled down and didn't stop until we were back near the road. That edge of fear clung to me for the rest of the night. Both those moments, at Lassen with the bear and at the secret sidewalk with whatever was in the brush, were reminders of the same thing. The wilderness doesn't care if you feel safe. It doesn't care that you expect peace or beauty. It has its own rules, its own silence, its own sudden noise. As a ranger, I've had to learn to live with that tension, to move through it even when my whole body screams to run. When I look back on that day at Lassen, the detail that still sticks out the most wasn't the bear itself. It was that feeling in the parking lot when I first stepped out of the truck. That sense that something was off. I should have trusted it. The land tells you things if you're willing to listen, even before you see the danger with your own eyes. And at the secret sidewalk, the loud thrashing in the brush remains unanswered. Maybe it was a person, maybe a deer, maybe something else entirely. The point is, I didn't know, and not knowing is its own kind of fear. That's the reality of being out there. It's not ghosts or legends. It's the real weight of the unknown pressing close, reminding you that you are small, and the land is large, and at any moment you can find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time. That lesson has stayed with me. It always will. I was working as a seasonal ranger in a mid-sized national forest that summer. It wasn't one of the famous ones with postcard views and tour buses, but it was still busy enough during the warmer months that my days were full of campers coming and going, hikers needing directions, or the occasional backcountry call about someone lost. A good part of my job wasn't glamorous. It was maintenance, walking trails, making sure sites were clean, and being present enough that people felt safe and respected the rules. I liked it, though. I liked the quiet stretches of time when the traffic slowed down and it was just me, the forest and the routine sounds that came with it. Owls calling, the hum of insects, the crunch of pine needles under my boots. That particular week I had swapped shifts with another ranger so I could cover an area near one of the larger campgrounds. It was a site with a loop of spaces, a central bathroom with lights that buzzed and flickered, and a handful of trails that broke off into the woods. Some trails were well used, but a few were older paths that technically weren't open anymore. They still existed as faint outlines in the dirt, leading to unused sites or old clearings. We never fully closed them down, but they weren't maintained, and they gave the place a strange, half-forgotten feel in spots. That night I was off duty, but staying in the area with a couple of friends who had come up to camp. I figured it was an easy way to enjoy the place without the uniform, just as another person under the stars. We set up 2 tents, built a small fire, and had food and a couple of drinks. Nothing heavy, just enough to take the edge off the long day. By around 10 o'clock the fire was low and everyone was sitting around winding down. My stomach, though, was twisting in that unmistakable way that told me I wasn't going to make it until morning. The bathrooms were about a quarter-mile away along the loop path. It wasn't a bad walk, but at night it felt longer. The forest here was thick, and once you stepped away from the glow of a fire or lantern, it swallowed you. No moon that night, no open sky to guide me. Just the beam of my flashlight cutting a thin line through the black. I let the others know where I was going and set off. The gravel crunched under my boots, and every few seconds I'd swing the flashlight from side to side, mostly to reassure myself that nothing was standing in the woods beside me. It was quiet except for my steps. Then, as I neared the start of one of those disused paths, the kind leading to an old site we didn't rent anymore, I caught sight of someone ahead. The light landed on a figure stepping out from the shadows of that unused path and back onto the main trail. The way the shoulders swayed, the distinct uneven rhythm in the stride, I knew it was my friend. He had a noticeable gait, one of those quirks you recognize instantly. He was about 40 feet ahead of me, not close, but not far either. He glanced back, then picked up his pace. For a second I was confused about why he had come from that direction. Our tents were behind me, nowhere near that unused spur. It didn't make sense. I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I wanted against the dark. He looked back again, though this time he didn't stop, just moved faster. I felt irritation rising, like he was messing with me, trying to spook me. The distance between us grew until his shape dissolved into the dark, swallowed up completely. I walked the rest of the way to the bathrooms without seeing him again. The block of concrete looked harsh under the buzzing fluorescent lights, but I was glad for them. I did what I had to do, all the while thinking about where he had gone and why he'd even been there in the first place. When I finally started back, the woods seemed even quieter. I expected at any moment to see him pop out again, grinning, waiting to laugh at me. But I made it all the way back to camp without seeing a trace. When I got to the fire, everyone was still there, my friend included. He was in the same spot as before, relaxed, not looking winded or like he'd just done a half-mile loop in the dark. I asked about it, but everyone denied he'd left. He just shook his head, said nothing, and the conversation moved on. It annoyed me because I knew what I'd seen. I knew that walk. I knew it wasn't just some shadow trick or my eyes making things up. Still, I let it go. Maybe they were messing with me. I crawled into my tent later, zipped it up, and fell asleep to the muffled sounds of the night. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up with that dull ache in my bladder. I debated ignoring it, but it grew too uncomfortable. I decided against the long walk to the bathrooms, and instead stepped off into the trees behind the tents. The forest was colder at that hour, and the air felt damp. I did what I needed to do, then headed back. As I neared camp, I heard it, the sharp rasp of a zipper sliding open. I froze for a second, my eyes adjusting to the faint outline of the tents. One of them shifted, and I caught the shape of my friend stepping out. I recognized his frame, the way he leaned as he moved. He stood there for a moment, then zipped the flap back up behind him. I could hear the faint snap of the zipper teeth, even from where I was. He started walking slow, almost casual. A flicker of light sparked near his face as he struck a lighter, then again until it caught. The glow lit up his features clearly, his eyes, his mouth wrapped around a cigarette. He took a drag, exhaled, then turned toward the cars parked a little way down the loop. I was maybe 30 feet away when he moved past the edge of a car and disappeared from view. I followed, expecting to catch him leaning against the hood, smirking at me. But when I rounded the corner, the space was empty. The night was still, no crunch of steps, no ember glow from a cigarette, nothing. Frustration welled up. I thought he was playing with me again. I went straight back to his tent, ready to call him out. But the tent was zipped shut. I leaned down and listened, and inside I heard the faint, steady rhythm of him snoring. He hadn't left. I stood there for a long time, my skin prickling. Twice in one night I had seen him out in the dark, clear as day, moving the way he always did, looking exactly like himself. Yet both times he was back at camp as if he'd never moved. I replayed it in my head over and over. I wasn't drunk enough to imagine things. I wasn't so tired I could explain it away as a dream. I'd been a ranger long enough to know the tricks of light and shadow, the ways your brain fills gaps when it's dark. But this wasn't that. The rest of the night I barely slept. Every sound of fabric shifting or someone coughing inside their tent kept me awake. At dawn, when the first light broke through the trees, I finally felt some relief. The world looked normal again in daylight, the fears of the night shrinking into questions I couldn't answer. As the day went on, I thought more practically. Out here, people sometimes wandered. The unused trails, the closed-off sites, those places still drew the curious or the ones looking for privacy. It wasn't uncommon to find someone cutting through or even squatting. I'd had reports of it before. A stranger with a similar build, maybe even wearing the same kind of jacket or hat as my friend, could have explained the first sighting. As for the second, I couldn't shake the sound of the zipper or the exact match of the lighter flame on his face. But I forced myself to consider that exhaustion and drink might have blurred the details. It was easier to ground myself in those explanations than to admit I had no control over what I saw. Out here, your mind plays tricks when you're isolated, when the only light is what you carry, when every tree casts a shadow that could be something else. By the time we packed up and left, I told myself it was nothing more than coincidence, timing, and my imagination working overtime. But even as I locked up the site behind us and drove away, I couldn't shake the unease. Not because of what I thought I saw, but because of what I didn't. Twice I followed someone I was sure was my friend. Twice I lost him without a sound. And twice he was where he shouldn't have been. That's the part that stayed with me. The part that made me pay closer attention on every night patrol after that. I never saw anything like it again, but I never forgot it either. Because in this job, you learn that the forest holds more than just trees and animals. Sometimes it holds people too. People you don't expect. People you don't see until they want to be seen. And that night reminded me how easy it is for something, or someone, to move through the dark just ahead of you. Close enough to notice, but far enough to slip away the moment you look too closely. And the scariest part of all was realizing that I couldn't explain it in any simple way that made me feel safe. Would you like me to expand this into the full 5,000 plus word version by slowing the pacing, way down and layering in tons of sensory details? Backstory about the park, my ranger duties, the setting, the group of friends, and the full night leading up to and after those events. That would turn it into a very long, immersive, one-sitting horror narrative. I was working as a seasonal park ranger when the incident happened, the kind of night that sticks with you no matter how much you try to brush it off. I had worked enough shifts in the backcountry to know that the woods can play tricks on you. Sounds bounce in ways that don't make sense. Animals act in ways that don't match the picture book image most people have, and your own mind will fill the quiet with things that aren't there. But what happened on that night went far beyond nerves. It wasn't about a ghost story or anything supernatural. It was about people, real people, and the uncomfortable feeling that someone was right there with me, just out of sight, watching. That evening started like so many others. I had been assigned to patrol a stretch of parkland that didn't get many visitors during the week. It was a mixture of heavy pine forest, steep ridges, and a few open meadows where campers sometimes liked to stop. I had my dog with me, She wasn't an official K9 or anything, just my personal dog I often brought along when I was off duty or working areas where I wouldn't run into the public too much. She was usually calm as could be. Nothing rattled her. She had seen bears, elk, coyotes, even the occasional moose, and most of the time she just looked on like it was another tree blowing in the wind. That's why her behavior that night put me on edge before anything else even started. I parked my truck off one of the service roads and walked in with her on the trail. The sun was low but not gone yet, and the forest was filled with that dull golden light that makes everything look softer. I figured I'd hike for an hour or two, maybe check out a hilltop clearing I had passed a few weeks before, then loop back around to the truck. It wasn't an official assignment. It was more me stretching my legs and covering some ground while the evening was still decent. I also had been thinking of camping out the next day, so I wanted to see how the area looked. At first, everything was normal. The ground was dry, pine needles soft under my boots, and the air smelled like sap and dust. But after 10 minutes or so, I noticed my dog wasn't walking like she usually did. Her head was low, tail stiff, ears forward. Every couple of seconds, she'd stop and give this deep, low grumble. Not a bark, not even really a growl. Just a noise that let me know she was uneasy. I bent down and checked her, rubbed her back, made sure her harness wasn't rubbing wrong, but she stayed the same. Hackles raised, body tight. She'd sniff the air hard and then lock her eyes on the trees like something was moving between them. At first I figured it was an animal. Plenty of deer moved through there, and sometimes the scent of a bear hanging around could throw her off. But after a while I realized she wasn't acting like she smelled prey or a predator. She was acting like something was too close for comfort, something that had her on edge in a way I hadn't seen before. And right around then I started hearing it too, the voices. It wasn't clear at first, just faint sounds between the trees. It reminded me of when you're in a campground and you can hear other people talking down by the water or behind another row of tents, but you can't quite make out the words. That's exactly what it was like. Male voices, a few of them, low and steady. Not laughing, not shouting, just talking in a way that felt casual. The problem was there was no one out there. I had checked the day use logs earlier, and no permits had been issued for that area. The nearest trailhead was miles away, and I hadn't passed a single car at the pull-offs. Even if some group had decided to go rogue and camp illegally, I should have seen a sign of them on the way in. The strangest part was how close the voices sounded. I'd stop walking, hold my breath, and I'd swear they were right over the next rise or just behind the next stand of trees. My dog would face the same way, ears pointed, body tense, like she heard them too. But as soon as I moved toward the sound, it would fade out. Then it would come back from another angle, like it had shifted across the hill. I tried to tell myself it was just sound carrying weird in the valleys. That happens all the time. Wind will push noises uphill, and it can sound like people are right beside you when they're actually half a mile away. But this was different. I couldn't make out a single word, not one. Usually, if voices are that clear, you'll catch a phrase or a laugh or even a cough. Here it was all garbled, like the sound of speech without the content of it. Just men talking in low tones, steady, unbroken. My dog hated it. She wouldn't settle down. Every time I thought she might calm, she'd stiffen up and grumble again. 45 minutes of that, maybe more. I kept going, hoping I'd run into the source and put my nerves to rest. But all I did was wind higher up the hill. The slope was steep, covered in loose rock and roots, and the higher I got, the more unsettled I felt. It wasn't just nerves anymore. It was a heavy awareness that something wasn't right. I didn't like the idea of being on that hill with daylight fading, my dog in full alarm mode, and voices circling me in ways that didn't add up. Finally, I stopped dead on the trail. I stood there breathing hard, sweat on my back, listening. The forest was still except for the faint rise and fall of those men's voices, just over the other side, as if they were waiting for me to crest the hill. That was enough. I turned around and started back down, faster than before, not running but close to it. The dog was eager to move, almost pulling on the leash, glad we were leaving. The whole way back, the voices came and went, sometimes close, sometimes faint, but never clear. By the time I reached the bottom and saw the service road again, the forest was darkening. I climbed into the truck, slammed the door, and just sat there for a minute with my dog panting beside me, both of us uneasy. Then I fired up the engine and drove out fast, gravel spitting under the tires. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway. The rest of that night, I kept replaying it in my head. It could have been something simple. Maybe hunters camping without a permit, maybe sound carrying from farther than I realized. But I had been in those woods long enough to know how things usually sounded, and this wasn't that. There was no fire smoke, no flashlight beam, no camp smell, no sign of a group moving through. Just disembodied voices that never resolved into anything more. And the dog, she never behaved that way unless something was wrong. I filed my report like I was supposed to. I noted that I had heard unknown individuals in a restricted area, no clear visual, possibly unauthorized campers. A week later, another ranger told me that a busted-up camp had been found not far from that hilltop. Empty beer cans, food wrappers, and cut branches, the kind of mess people leave when they're hiding out where they shouldn't be. No sign of who they were or where they went. It didn't prove anything, but it was enough to make me glad I had trusted my gut. What sticks with me most isn't that I might have stumbled onto some guys camping illegally. It's that feeling of being drawn in step by step, up a hill where the voices seem to be waiting. I don't know if they ever knew I was there. I don't know if I would have been safe if I kept going. All I know is that my dog never lies, and that night she told me in every way she could that we were not welcome. I listened, and I'm glad I did. Because in the backcountry, you don't always get second chances when you ignore your instincts. I'd been working as a seasonal park ranger for a few years, mostly moving from site to site when I could get assigned. Some parks were quiet, some busy, and a few were the kind that gave you an uneasy feeling the second you stepped onto the grounds. The Vicksburg National Military Park was one of those places. It wasn't the first battlefield I had worked, but it was the one that stuck with me the most. I had been sent there in early August to fill in while another ranger was out. My job was simple. Patrol the roads, keep an eye on visitors, and make sure no one vandalized or stole from the monuments or cannons scattered across the grounds. The siege of Vicksburg battlefield was a sprawling place. Fortifications, stone markers, statues, trenches, and cannons stretching across hills and thickets that had once been crawling with men who fought and died under the sun in the summer of 1863. By the time I arrived that Wednesday afternoon, the heat was unbearable. Mississippi in August isn't kind to anyone. The air felt like wet wool, and every step made sweat drip down my back. I checked in at the ranger station, signed out my patrol log, and began my slow drive through the park. The battlefield had a way of swallowing sound. Even though the modern city of Vicksburg wasn't far off, the trees and rolling earth muffled everything. All I could hear was cicadas, the low hum of my engine, and the occasional rustle of something in the brush. The road wound past markers engraved with names, ranks, and dates, each one meant to preserve the memory of those who had fought. I passed a few tourists taking photos in the sun, their cars parked in the shade of the trees, but most of the park was empty. It wasn't hard to imagine why. The battlefield stretched wide and quiet, and the summer heat pressed down like a weight. I stopped at a Civil War cannon positioned just outside a thicket of trees. It was aimed across a stretch of open ground where enemy lines once stood. The cannon had been cleaned and polished, sitting on its weathered wheels, a silent piece of iron that had once thundered smoke and fire. I got out of the vehicle and walked slowly toward it, notebook in hand to jot down its condition. I always took a few photos too, just to keep records. As I raised my camera, I caught movement to my right. I froze. The thicket of trees wasn't far off, maybe 30 feet, and between the trunks I thought I saw someone moving. At first I figured it was a visitor who had wandered off the road. I was about to call out, but then I realized something that made my stomach tighten. Whoever it was wore a faded blue uniform, the kind I'd seen only in museums or reenactments. The figure carried what looked like a long rifle, held across his chest. For a split second, the heat shimmer and the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves made my eyes play tricks on me. It almost looked like I could see through him. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked hard, wiped the sweat out of my eyes, and when I looked again, the figure was gone. The trees stood silent, and the brush swayed only with the breeze. I stood there longer than I'd like to admit, heart hammering, trying to process what I had seen. It hadn't looked like a shadow or an animal. It had been the clear outline of a man, and then it had disappeared. I don't believe in ghosts, and I've never been the type to spook easy. But there's something about battlefields. You don't have to believe in spirits to feel the weight of history pressing down on you. Places like that are saturated with death, fear, and violence. Sometimes your mind takes that weight and twists it into shapes you don't expect. Still, I couldn't shake the image. I forced myself to finish the inspection, scribbled a note in my log, and climbed back into the vehicle. I told myself it was the heat. Long patrols in sweltering sun do strange things to your vision. Mirage-like shapes can make you see movement where there isn't any. But as I drove on, the memory of that blue uniform gnawed at me. The farther into the battlefield I went, the heavier the air felt. Every curve in the road revealed more cannons, trenches, and stone markers. I knew the history well enough, how the Union Army had surrounded Vicksburg, cutting off supplies and bombarding the city until Confederate forces surrendered. Thousands died, and many were buried right there in the ground I was driving over. About 2 hours later, I parked again near a cluster of monuments. Tall stone figures stood silent under the sun, their inscriptions worn but still legible. No one else was around. The battlefield felt abandoned, though I knew the visitor center still had a few people inside. I got out and stretched my legs. The silence pressed on me in a way I can't describe. Even birdsong seemed to die out here. It was as though the battlefield itself swallowed sound, keeping it trapped somewhere beneath the soil. Walking closer to the monuments, I felt the strange sensation of being watched. I told myself it was just nerves. Long shifts in isolated places play tricks on you. Every rustle in the grass becomes footsteps. Every gust of wind feels like a presence just over your shoulder. But when I turned to head back to the vehicle, I noticed something that made me stop. There were footprints in the dust near the base of one of the monuments. Fresh footprints. They weren't mine. My boots left a clear tread pattern, but these were different. Longer, narrower, and made by shoes I didn't recognize. They led from the edge of the grass right up to the stone, circled it once, and then vanished as if the person had walked away and the ground swallowed the prints whole. I crouched down to study them, tracing one with my finger. They looked old-fashioned, almost like the soles of shoes from another time. For a second I considered the possibility of reenactors, but the park had no scheduled events that week. No one should have been wandering the battlefield in costume. I felt a deep chill run through me despite the heat. My chest tightened and my mouth went dry. I stood up and forced myself back to the vehicle. My hands trembled on the steering wheel as I drove off. That night, back at my hotel, I tried to rationalize it. Heat, fatigue, shadows, and dust. The mind fills in gaps with what it expects to see. I thought maybe I had stared at too many old photographs in the visitor center, and my brain was replaying them in the real world. But when I pulled out my phone to review the pictures I had taken, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. One of the shots of the cannon, the one by the thicket of trees, had something strange in the corner. Blurred, faint, but there, a figure, blue-gray, barely more than an outline, standing in the shade just beyond the cannon's wheel. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. My heart pounded as I stared at the shape. It looked like a man. I didn't sleep much that night. Over the next week, the strange feelings continued. I never saw another figure as clear as the first day, but the sense of being watched never left me. I'd catch movement in the corners of my vision, hear faint rustling in the brush when the air was perfectly still, and once, while parked near a trench line, I swore I heard distant footsteps in the grass behind me. But when I turned, nothing was there. The battlefield wore me down. By the time my temporary duty ended, I felt like I had been walking through a heavy fog for days. My body was exhausted, but it was the mental strain that stuck with me. I couldn't shake the thought of that figure in blue, the footprints in the dust, and the faint outline caught in my photo. When my assignment ended and I drove out of Vicksburg for the last time, I promised myself I wouldn't come back. Years later, I still have the photo saved. People who look at it say it's nothing but glare, shadow, or camera distortion. I let them believe that. But I know what I saw, and I know the feeling that clung to me on that battlefield wasn't just in my head. The human mind looks for patterns, and maybe mine built one out of dust and heat. Or maybe some places hold on to what happened there in ways we can't explain. All I know is this. The siege of Vicksburg ended long ago, but the battlefield doesn't feel finished. It feels restless. It feels like something still lingers there, waiting, moving, watching anyone who dares to walk among the cannons and stones. And though I don't believe in ghosts, I'll never forget the man in blue who I swear was standing in those trees, rifle in hand, looking across the battlefield as if the war hadn't ended at all. I've spent most of my adult life working as a ranger, and I've seen things in the woods that still keep me awake some nights. People assume the scariest part of this job is dealing with bears, mountain lions, or maybe stumbling on a meth lab hidden deep in the trees. Those things can be bad, sure, but they're simple in a way. You know what they are, you know what they want, and you know how to handle them. What really unsettles you are the things you can't explain so easily. The things that move in the corners of your vision and never step into the light. Years back, before I officially joined the service, I was already spending most of my time out in the forest. My friends and I camped constantly, and one of our favorite spots was along Sopiago Springs in El Dorado National Forest. We knew the trails, we knew the fishing holes, and we knew the places no one else really went. That forest has a way of pulling you in, making you feel like you belong to it. But it also has a way of reminding you that you're small, fragile, and that if it wants to swallow you whole, there's not much you can do. That particular weekend, we decided to push things a little further. Instead of just a quick one-night stay with coolers and cars parked nearby, we went for a 3-day foraging camp. The idea was to live off the land as much as we could. We brought MREs for backup, a couple of rifles, and enough supplies to put together some decent shelter. But we weren't carrying much else. We'd all spent enough time out there to know how to get by, and there was a certain thrill in seeing how well we could handle ourselves away from all the normal comforts. The first day and night went well. We pulled a bunch of crawdads from the stream, managed to bag a squirrel, and cooked it all up with some beer we'd hauled in. The fire crackled, the stream rolled steady. And for a while it felt like the kind of night people imagine when they think about camping with friends. I slept hard that night, with the cool air moving through the trees and the sound of the water masking everything else. But the second day started different. I can't explain it better than this. The forest just felt wrong. The birds that usually chattered around that area were silent. No squirrels darted around in the branches. Even the bugs seemed quiet. You spend enough time outdoors and you learn to notice when the rhythms are off. It wasn't the stillness of midday when the heat presses everything down. It was the kind of silence that makes the back of your neck itch, like the woods are holding their breath. One of my buddies felt it too. He and I had both had strange encounters in that forest before, times when it felt like we were being watched or when sounds carried through the trees that shouldn't have been there. We tried to brush it off, but the mood was different. You couldn't shake the sense that something was there with us, just out of sight. When night fell, my friends decided to head a couple 100 yards upstream to check out a spot they'd noticed earlier in the day. I stayed behind at camp. That's when the feeling really hit me hard. Alone in the clearing, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Every instinct I had was screaming that something was wrong. I stoked the fire high until the flames threw light well out into the trees, and I kept my rifle close. I grew up in the woods, and I know the signs of predators, when you catch a certain smell, or the way the brush moves, or when you hear that sharp quiet because everything else knows danger is near. But this wasn't that. This wasn't a mountain lion shadowing the camp or a bear sniffing around for scraps. This was something else. The first sound came from across the stream in the direction opposite of where my friends had gone. It was faint, low, and hard to place. It almost sounded like voices, but blurred, like when you hear people talking through a wall. I froze listening. The sound drifted in and out, sometimes closer, sometimes farther. The fire cracked, and every time it popped, I jumped. I didn't have a flashlight. My buddies had taken both of them. The only light I had came from the flames, which left the tree line a mess of shifting shadows. Still, I kept staring into that darkness, waiting for something to step out. That's when I saw a movement, quick, low to the ground, maybe 50 yards out. I shouldered the rifle and pulled it to my eye, squinting through the scope. The light was poor, but I caught the shape of it. It looked like a person, but it wasn't moving like one. It was down on all fours, arms stretched out longer than they should have been. Its posture was low, like an ape, but thinner, wrong. For just a second, I tracked it in the scope, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it loped off into the trees, silent, too fast. My heart hammered. I pulled back from the scope and scanned the darkness with bare eyes, but there was nothing. Just black trees and the flicker of firelight. That was only the beginning. The rest of the time I was alone at camp, I kept hearing it. Light rustling in different spots, shifting around me. A twig snapping here, leaves scuffling there. Never close enough to see, but never far enough to ignore. Whatever it was circling me, staying out of sight, but making sure I knew it was there. I sat tight, gun in hand, fire raging, every muscle tight as a wire. It felt like hours before my friends came back, but when they did, they found me crouched by the fire, eyes glued to the trees. I told them what I saw. They didn't laugh. They didn't tell me I was imagining things. They just got real quiet. Then they told me the reason they'd come back early. They'd been hearing the same sounds, the same low rustling and faint noises, over by where they were. Something had spooked them enough to leave whatever they were doing and head straight back. That second night, none of us slept. We built the fire even bigger, pulled the camp chairs close and sat in shifts. One of us always had eyes on the trees. Every now and then, we'd hear something out there, but it never stepped into the light. The forest stayed dead quiet. No birds, no wind, no normal night noises. Just us and the fire, waiting. By morning, none of us had to say anything. We packed fast, barely ate, and hiked out without looking back. That was the last time we camped at that spot. Years later, when I was already working as a ranger, I thought back to that night more than once. I'd be on patrol, hiking through areas people rarely touched, and I'd feel that same weight in the trees, that same silence. And sometimes I'd find signs I couldn't explain. Twigs arranged in patterns, tree branches bent high out of reach, prints in the dirt that didn't match anything I knew. What I saw that night along Sopiago Springs never showed itself again, at least not to me. But I know it's still out there. It wasn't a ghost, and it wasn't some fairy tale. It was something real, flesh and blood, moving through those woods the same way we were. The difference was, the forest belonged to it, not us. We'd wandered too far into its ground, and it let us know. That's why I don't camp there anymore, and why I tell people who ask about El Dorado to stick to the marked trails and the busy campgrounds. Out there in the quiet parts of the forest, you're not at the top of the food chain. You might think you're alone, but you're not. And if the woods ever go silent on you, if every instinct in your body tells you something's watching, believe it. We were lucky to leave that place in one piece. I know that now. Some people don't. I've done plenty of solo trips in the backcountry, and I've been a ranger long enough to know the difference between something that is naturally unsettling and something that sets off alarms in your head because it just doesn't fit. Most of the time, the silence of a remote area is a comfort to me. You can sit by a creek and hear nothing but wind in the trees and maybe a distant bird, and it feels like the whole world is asleep except you. That kind of silence is peaceful. But what I experienced out on the Mogollon Rim during that solo trip was not peaceful. It was the kind of silence that presses down on you, the kind that makes you want to hold your breath without even realizing it. It was the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up, because deep down, your body knows that something about the place is off. I had backpacked into the high country, not the desert most people imagine when they think about Arizona. At around 7,500 feet, the landscape is wetter, greener, and thicker than outsiders realize. Huge ponderosa pines, firs, and maples crowd in together. Ferns grow thickly across the forest floor. Strawberries pop up in patches when you're lucky enough to find them. And if you climb high enough, fog clings low and never seems to fully burn off during the day. It's a different world than the dry saguaros and red rock canyons you see in postcards. It's closer to Oregon or Washington than Phoenix. I had taken time off work to push myself on a solo trek, partly for the physical challenge and partly to reset my mind. I like to test myself against places where very few people go anymore. It reminds me of how big the world really is, how small I really am, and why the job matters. When you're deep in country like that, you're not just walking through the woods. You're in someone else's home, whether it's elk, bears, mountain lions, or the remnants of whoever came before. You're a visitor, and you feel it in your bones. The trick is respecting that fact and not pushing it too far. This area was remote, so much so that I didn't see another soul for the entire approach. No fresh boot prints, no voices carrying through the trees, no distant campfire smoke. The only human signs I saw were old ones. Traces of long-abandoned marijuana grows tucked deep into gullies. Tarps collapsing under moss. Irrigation lines chewed through by rodents. Rusty shovels half buried in mud. Nothing recent, thankfully, but I knew enough to stay cautious. People who tend those places, if you catch them, don't want company. Even years later, I never shake that thought when I stumble across those signs. Someone once picked this exact ground for a reason, and that reason was never good. The first day of the trip was steady climbing. The trails up there aren't really trails so much as game tracks that fade in and out. You spend as much time looking for the next cairn or broken branch as you do walking. The forest swallowed me quick. By midday, the air turned damp and heavy. I could hear water running far below me, hidden by the undercut canyons that carve through that country like scars. I kept moving until I found a place that seemed workable for a night's camp. It was a bench, a large, flat ledge of ground perched above a creek. These benches form when water cuts deep into soft soil and leaves wide shelves halfway down the canyon walls. This one was about the size of a living room. Behind me rose a steep, brush-covered cliff that no one could climb without thrashing around and breaking branches. In front of me was a sharp drop, maybe 15 or 20 feet, straight down to the creek. The sides were undercut by past floods, making them sheer and crumbly. The only way onto that bench was a steep game trail through the brush. If you came up that way, you would knock rocks loose, break branches, and make plenty of noise. There was no sneaking in. I liked that fact. It gave me a false sense of security, like I had a wall at my back and a moat in front of me. The ground was just flat enough for my tent. I set up, boiled water, and ate as the light faded. By the time darkness settled, it was absolute. A new moon hung somewhere above the clouds, but no light reached me. The canopy overhead was thick, and the sky was overcast, so there wasn't even a glow. I could barely see my own hand in front of my face without the flashlight. The creek below made only a faint trickling sound, not enough to drown anything out. Other than that, the silence was total. I've spent enough time outside to know the different flavors of silence. Usually, even in the backcountry, there are tiny noises. The buzz of insects, frogs starting up, a breeze moving through needles, the flutter of wings. This was different. It was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat pulsing in my ears. I could hear every breath I took like I was inside a cave. It wasn't just quiet. It was dead quiet. Not a bird, not a cricket, not a single insect. That alone should have been a bigger warning than I gave it. Instead, I told myself it was just the altitude or the season, maybe a shift in weather. I lay down, checked my satellite communicator, and managed to get a weak signal out through the trees to tell my family I was safe. Then I shut it off and tried to rest. Sleep didn't come easy. That kind of quiet makes you feel exposed, like the whole world is holding its breath waiting for something. But eventually, fatigue pulled me under. Sometime deep into the night, I woke to a bright white light shining through my tent walls. Not a flicker, not a glow in the distance, but a sudden, strong, direct light. It illuminated every inch of nylon like daylight. For a few long seconds, I just froze. My first thought was human. Someone had hiked up in the middle of the night, someone with a flashlight or headlamp, someone who had found me out here on this ledge. That thought alone set off alarm bells. Nobody should be here, not this far out. If it was another hiker, I would have heard them long before they reached the bench. If it was someone tied to those old grow sites, then I had a real problem. I scrambled to get out of the tent, fumbling with the zipper. As soon as the flap opened, the light was gone. The world snapped back into pitch black. My heart was pounding hard enough I thought it might echo off the canyon walls. I flicked on my flashlight, a strong one I always carry for backcountry trips, and swept it around. Trees, brush, shadows, nothing else. I turned it off and listened. Total silence. Not a single branch snapping, not a footstep on soil, not even the distant call of an animal. After a long stretch, I picked up something faint through the trees. A dim, flickering white glow far off. Not steady like a flashlight beam, but softer, more irregular. Almost like light bouncing off mist. It was there for a minute, maybe less, and then it faded until it was gone completely. I sat there in the dark, every nerve in my body on edge, waiting for the sound of movement. But nothing came. The forest remained absolutely still. I didn't get back in the tent. I stayed up on that bench until dawn, sitting with my back against the brush wall, my flashlight in hand. Every so often I swept the beam across the narrow approach trail, checking for movement. Every time I found nothing. The silence never broke. No owls, no insects, no small rustlings. Just me, the creek, and the occasional gust of my own breath fogging in the cold. When dawn came, the light brought no relief. Usually birds are the first to stir as the sky brightens, filling the woods with chirps and calls. This morning there was nothing. The sun pushed up, the shadows stretched across the bench, and not a single bird sang. The ground showed no fresh tracks. No broken twigs, no footprints. Nothing that said anyone else had been there. It was like the night had been erased, leaving no proof behind. I packed quickly, nerves tight, and made my way off that bench. The game trail down was steep and slick, and I half slid my way until I reached the creek. As soon as I was clear, I pushed harder than usual to get out of that canyon. Every turn of the trail, every stretch of brush, I expected to see someone step out or something to shift in the corner of my eye. But I saw no one. I never heard a thing. The silence followed me for miles until eventually the forest thinned and the normal sounds of birds and insects returned, as sudden as if a switch had been flipped. Only then did the tightness in my chest start to ease. I didn't go back to that bench. I haven't camped there since. The memory of that night has stayed sharp in my head all these years. Not because I think it was supernatural or unexplainable, but because it was the most unsettling lesson I've ever had in how a place itself can feel wrong. Maybe there was a simple answer. Old phosphorus from grow lights, chemical runoff in the soil, some trick of mist and moonless sky. Maybe it was something as boring as a reflection I couldn't explain. But paired with the silence, paired with the feeling that the whole forest was empty and watching, it was enough to keep me from ever trusting that spot again. When I think back on it, the detail that chills me most isn't the light itself. It's the silence. That dead quiet was too complete, too unnatural. No insects, no birds at dawn, no movement at all. I've never experienced it anywhere else. I've been in caves. I've been in deserts. I've been in the middle of blizzards where the snow muffles everything. But I've never felt silence that deep. It was like the entire area had been emptied, scrubbed clean of sound and life, and whatever caused that was more dangerous than anything I could see. I finish. I've been a ranger for long enough to know that you don't see everything that goes on in the forest. Most people think our job is watching over trails, helping lost hikers, or putting out small campfires before they become wildfires. That's part of it, sure. But the deeper parts of the woods hold things that don't make it into brochures. Strange things. Human things. The kind of things that never get written into reports because no one wants to deal with the paperwork or the questions that come afterward. This story happened when I was stationed near Ocala National Forest in Florida. I'd covered shifts in that region before, but this assignment put me deeper in than I'd ever gone. The forest is sprawling, miles of pine scrub, hardwood hammocks, sinkholes, swamps, and long stretches of sand roads that run like veins through the land. There are so many square-cut logging roads that if you don't know the grid, you'll end up walking in circles. It was late summer. Hot enough in the day to soak your clothes with sweat after 10 minutes of walking, but the nights dropped just enough that you could feel a chill creep into your bones if you stopped moving. I'd been running evening patrols, checking for poaching activity and illegal campsites. The thing about Ocala is that it isn't just hikers and hunters who use the land. People set up long-term camps, sometimes drug cooks, sometimes squatters, sometimes people who don't want to be found. One particular night, I was out later than usual. I'd started my loop near sunset, checking hog sign along one of the overgrown roads that cut through the pines. The hogs tear up the ground like plows, and hunters come out looking for them all the time, even when they shouldn't. By the time I finished the far end of the loop, the sun was long gone, and the forest had gone from gold to a kind of dark silver under the moonlight. I don't mind the dark. You learn to walk it without fear, but that night the forest felt restless. Every sound carried differently. I had my sidearm on my hip, my flashlight in hand, and the radio clipped to my vest. I wasn't nervous, just alert. A couple of miles into my walk back, I started hearing movement off to my right. At first I thought it was hogs. They can move fast and loud through brush, and the crashing sound matched it. But then I realized it wasn't rooting, and it wasn't patterned. It was steady. Something was pacing, pushing through thick palmetto, and heading toward the same cut of trail I was walking. I stopped and killed my light. The moon was bright enough that my eyes adjusted quickly. I stood still, waiting for whatever it was to cross ahead. When it did, I flicked the light on. For a second, I didn't believe what I was seeing. Pale legs, bare human legs, stepped quickly across the trail about 50 feet in front of me. No pants, no boots, just skin, shorts, and a blur of movement. Then the figure was gone into the brush. It only lasted a moment, but it froze me in place. What the hell was someone doing out here? Half-dressed? Running through palmettos in the middle of the night? There were no campsites nearby, no trailheads, no cabins. Just miles of woods in every direction. I listened hard after that. The sound faded, then returned further off like whoever it was had circled but wasn't coming closer. I kept my hand on my weapon but didn't draw it. I wasn't in danger, not yet. But I also wasn't about to go crashing into the brush after some stranger. I've learned that if someone doesn't want to be found out there, you don't force the issue. I pressed on, quicker now. The forest felt tighter, the trail narrower, the trees taller. Every few hundred yards I caught more sounds, the snapping of twigs, the thud of feet. Always parallel, never behind. By the time I reached the road where my truck was parked, I half expected to find the window smashed out or the tires slashed. But it was fine, sitting there under the trees like nothing had happened. I climbed in, checked the mirrors, and started the long drive out along the sandy forest road. About half a mile down, my headlights picked up something ahead. A man was walking right in the middle of the road. He was wearing a checkered button-down shirt and shorts. No pack, no flashlight, nothing in his hands. Just walking, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I slowed down, rolled past him. He didn't even turn his head toward me. No sign of surprise, no wave, no acknowledgement at all. Just kept walking into the night, deeper into nowhere. That image stuck with me. Not because it was dramatic, but because it was so wrong. People don't walk miles into the forest in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on their back. Not without a purpose. I didn't file a report. There wasn't anything to report, really. No crime, no lost hiker, just a man on a road. But it sat in my head. A week later, I went back to that sector during daylight. I followed the same trail where I'd seen those pale legs cross. The brush was thick, but not impossible to push through. About 100 yards in, I found signs of a camp. It wasn't a normal campsite. No tent, no fire ring, no gear. Just a few broken branches, a small clearing where pine needles had been swept aside, and something else. Nailed into a tree at eye level was a piece of plywood, roughly painted with red letters, "Keep Out." The paint had dripped, streaked down the wood like blood. It wasn't official signage. It wasn't from the Forest Service. It was a warning, crude and clear. I stepped back and looked around. More boards nailed higher up, deeper in. Crude arrows pointing away, slashes across trees. Whoever had done this wanted people to turn around. Not hunters, not hikers, not rangers. Everyone. That's when I knew what I'd stumbled on wasn't just a lost camper. It was something else, either a poacher's operation or something worse. Maybe drugs. Maybe just people who didn't want to be found. The signs weren't meant for animals. They were meant for people like me. I marked the location, noted the GPS, and walked out carefully. Every step I felt like eyes were on me. The silence pressed down heavy, broken only by cicadas. When I reached my truck again, I took a long breath before driving off. Over the years, I've been back to Ocala plenty of times. The signs change, move, disappear, then come back. Sometimes you find bones of animals stripped clean, sometimes half-burned trash pits, sometimes nothing at all. But every time I think about that night, the pale legs crossing the trail, the man in the road with no supplies, I wonder what else goes on out there that never makes it into reports. Some people say the scariest part of being a ranger is the wildlife, or getting lost, or running into armed hunters. They're wrong. The scariest part is stumbling across people who don't want to be seen, and realizing that you're deep in their territory, alone, with miles of forest between you and help. I've learned one rule that I keep close, a rule I never break. When you see signs telling you to keep out, you listen. Because the forest isn't just trees and trails, it's also the people who choose to vanish inside it. And those are the ones you never want to cross paths with after dark. That night in Ocala taught me that clear. I made it out fine, I went home, I slept in my bed. But I never forgot how wrong it felt to see that man walking miles from anywhere, calm as can be. Like the forest belonged to him and always had. And maybe it does. Because even now, years later, every time I drive those back roads, I catch myself checking the edges of the trail, waiting to see pale legs slip between the trees, or a lone figure standing in the dust, walking with no pack, no light, no reason, except to remind me that some places in the forest aren't meant for me or anyone else. I grew up in a neighborhood that backed up against a patch of woods. It wasn't the kind of place people went to hunt or fish, more of a forgotten stretch of land between our small town and the next county. The trees there were a mix of oaks, maples, and tangled pines that had been left alone long enough to grow thick, with underbrush so dense in places you couldn't push through without a machete. The trails weren't marked, and there weren't really hiking paths, so much as deer runs and narrow spaces where kids had trampled shortcuts. When I was younger, I used to wander in there almost daily. The woods were freedom to me, a place where I could get away from my parents and the noise of the neighborhood. Around the time I hit 13, I got my first BB gun. To me, it felt like I had just been handed the tool that would make me into something older than I was. I didn't have a family that hunted, no uncles to show me how to track animals or clean them, no father dragging me out at dawn to sit quietly in blinds. Hunting wasn't part of our family story at all. But when I held that little gun, I thought maybe I could carve out my own piece of that world. I was fascinated with the idea of hunting, of being out there in the woods on my own, and proving I could bring something back. I didn't really think about rules or seasons or about what was legal or illegal. At that age, I didn't think about much beyond the thrill of the moment. My friends weren't much different. Most of them shot cans or old bottles behind their houses. But for me, the woods were calling. I wanted something more than plinking at tin targets. There was one part of the woods that had always fascinated me, even when I was little. It was a swampy stretch where the ground dipped low, water seeping up between reeds and cattails. When I was about 2 or 3, I remember an old farmhouse still standing there. I don't remember details, just that it looked out of place, sagging, weathered, but still upright. By the time I was old enough to roam on my own, it had collapsed completely. All that was left was the foundation, some bricks scattered here and there, and the chimney rising stubbornly out of the ground like a marker no one had cared to tear down. That night, the night that has stayed with me even now, I went back to that place with my BB gun. It was late in the day, close to dusk. The light was draining out of the sky, everything settling into grays and long shadows. The swamp always had a different feel than the rest of the woods. Heavier, quieter, the air damp and full of the smell of mud. The trees around it were mostly dead or leaning, their roots waterlogged, their trunks pale where the bark had sloughed off. I remember hearing it before I saw it. A rush of wings, heavier than anything I'd ever heard out there. Not like the small birds that fluttered between branches, but a deep, powerful sound, as if something had pushed the air aside with force. I looked up and saw a shape settle on one of the dead trees near the edge of the swamp. A big bird, its wings folded in, its body dark against the fading sky. From the silhouette, I thought it might have been an owl. At that age, I didn't know much about species or sizes or anything beyond what I'd seen in books. All I knew was that it was big, bigger than anything I had seen up close in the wild. I don't know what came over me, but I raised the BB gun and fired. The sound wasn't loud, just the little crack of the air rifle, but the reaction was instant. The bird dropped from the branch, and as it came down, it let out a cry that froze me where I stood. It wasn't like any sound I'd heard before. Not a clean screech, not a hoot, not anything I could compare it to. It was raw and tearing, like something being pulled apart. It hit me in the chest and made me sick with regret before the bird even touched the ground. But the worst part wasn't the bird. No sooner had it fallen than the entire woods erupted. From every side of me, high in the branches, low in the brush, there came this chorus of sounds. Screeching, whooping, howling, dozens of voices rising all at once. It was like a chain reaction, like the one call had set off every living thing in those woods. It wasn't natural. I know animals respond to alarm calls. I know owls and crows and even smaller birds can stir up a racket. But this wasn't like that. This was deeper, heavier, as if the forest itself had found a voice. I froze at first, trying to make sense of it, but the sound closed in on me. It wasn't in one direction, it was all around. The trees shook with it, the air thick with the noise. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up, and then I ran. The swamp was about a quarter-mile from my house. I don't think I've ever covered that distance faster. I sprinted, heart hammering, lungs burning, the BB gun awkward in my hands, but I refused to let it go. The whole way, I swore I could feel eyes on me, as if whatever had screamed wasn't done, as if the noise in the trees was chasing me back through the dark. When I burst out of the woods and into the yard, I didn't stop. I went straight inside and shut the door, breathing hard, shaking, trying to process what had just happened. My parents didn't notice anything unusual about me. I didn't tell them. What could I have said? That I'd shot at some bird and the woods had screamed back at me? I didn't go back to that swamp for a long time. For weeks afterward, I thought about it constantly. I replayed the sound in my head, over and over, trying to match it to anything I could find in books or on the early internet. Nothing fit. It wasn't until years later that I realized I had probably shot at a great horned owl, or something similar. Their distress calls can be unsettling, though never like what I heard that night. Maybe it was a combination of sounds. Other owls, crows, maybe even small mammals stirred up in panic. But I've listened to every owl distress recording I could get my hands on, and none of them come close to that chorus I heard. That night did something to me. It scared me out of being careless with animals. I never picked up a gun again unless it was for practice on cans. I stopped seeing the woods as just a playground or a backdrop for my imagination. I started to see it as something alive, something bigger than me, something that deserved respect. Years later, when I became a park ranger, I thought back to that night often. It was one of the reasons I took the job seriously, why I always warned kids not to harass wildlife, why I patrolled with a sharper eye when I saw someone wandering with a rifle where they shouldn't be. I had learned early that the woods aren't just quiet scenery. They react, they push back. Even now, as an adult with training and years of experience, I still remember that sprint out of the swamp. I remember the weight of the air, the sound pressing in on me, the certainty that I had done something I shouldn't have, and every time I walk into a stretch of trees at dusk, when the light is just about gone and the branches start to look like arms, I can almost hear it again. The rising chorus, the awful whooping and screeching, the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. I'll never know exactly what I heard. Maybe it was a chain of natural responses. Maybe it was just my young mind mixing panic with sound and making it larger than it was. But I know what it felt like, and I know the woods don't forget. That was the night I stopped being a stupid kid with a BB gun and started becoming someone who understood what it meant to respect the land. It stayed with me, shaping me in ways I didn't even realize until much later. Now, When I think about fear, real fear, I don't think about the strange knocks or shadows I've experienced in my apartment. I don't think about stories of hauntings or things that move in the night. I think about that swamp. I think about the bird dropping from the tree. I think about the chorus of the woods coming alive in anger, and I think about the way I ran, because fear isn't always about something chasing you. Sometimes it's about realizing you've crossed a line and nature itself makes sure you know it. And that's the part I'll never forget. I was on a backpacking trip in the Manistee National Forest with my Boy Scout troop when this happened. A trip that has never really left my mind, even though years have passed. I can still smell the pine needles crushed beneath our boots, still feel the dampness of the early summer air clinging to the inside of my shirt, and still see the long winding trail stretching ahead of us, swallowing us deeper into that huge Michigan forest. It was one of those trips that was supposed to be simple. Hike for a few days, camp at night, cook over the fire, earn some badges, and come back home tired but proud. But it turned into something different, something heavier, something that made me think differently about what might really live in the woods when we're not around to watch. The Manistee is not a small forest. It rolls on for miles, a mix of hardwoods and thick pines, and once you're deep enough in, the rest of the world slips away. No roads, no cabins, no power lines cutting through the trees, just endless green and the soft sound of boots scraping dirt. We'd set off earlier that day with our scoutmaster in the lead, our assistant scoutmaster behind him, and the rest of us strung along in a line. I had my pack strapped tight, my canteen rattling against the side pocket, and every so often I would glance back at the smaller scouts dragging their feet and mumbling about how heavy their gear was. We hiked for hours, weaving up ridges and down through shadowy hollows where the ground stayed wet and cool, even when the sun was beating down above. We crossed little creeks on narrow bridges, stopped to swat mosquitoes, and ate lunch sitting on fallen logs. It was the kind of hike that blurred into a rhythm. Boot after boot, 1 mile after another, sweat dripping down the back of your neck, shoulders sore from the straps of the pack. By late afternoon, we reached the spot our scoutmaster had picked for camp. It was a clearing not far from the trail, shielded by tall red pines and close enough to a stream that we could refill water bottles, but far enough that we wouldn't have to worry about flooding if it rained. Everyone dropped their packs with a collective groan. I remember setting my tent near the edge of the clearing, facing the line of trees. The forest looked endless from where I was, just a wall of trunks and shadows. I didn't think much of it then. We made camp the way scouts always do. Tents up, firewood gathered, food unpacked. The adults supervised while we bumbled through our chores. By dusk, the fire was crackling, sparks twisting upward into the night sky, and we sat around cooking our simple meals. Hot dogs skewered on sticks, foil packets of potatoes and onions thrown into the coals. There was laughter, some teasing, the normal camp chatter. My shoulders ached from the day's hike, but I was content, staring into the firelight, watching the smoke rise into the branches above. Eventually, we zipped ourselves into our tents. My sleeping bag was warm, the ground uneven under my back, but I was tired enough that it didn't matter. Outside, the fire smoldered low, just glowing embers. I could hear the rustling of scouts shifting in their tents, the occasional cough, then silence. That was when the noises began. At first I thought it was just a coyote. I'd heard them before on other trips, those distant yips and howls drifting through the night. But this was different. The sound cut through the air like nothing I'd ever heard. High-pitched, almost a shriek, but stretched out and uneven. It wasn't one call, but many, overlapping, echoing through the trees as if they were bouncing off the trunks and circling around us. It made the hairs on my arms stand straight up inside the sleeping bag. The noises kept coming. Some rose sharp and fast, like something being torn apart, while others sank low into guttural groans. I held my breath frozen, listening. Every few seconds the forest would fall silent, and I would think maybe it was done, maybe it was over. But then another one would rip through the dark, closer than before. My heart was thudding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and then came the knocks. It sounded like a baseball bat slamming against a tree trunk. A deep, solid crack that carried through the night. Then another, and another. The rhythm was off, not steady, but random, as if whatever was doing it wasn't trying to signal, but just hitting with violent force. The sound was so clear, so strong, that I imagined the bark splitting with each strike. Lying there in my tent, I stared at the nylon ceiling, too scared to unzip the flap. Too scared even to shift in my sleeping bag. The other scouts were dead quiet, too. Not one of us called out. Not one of us asked what was going on. We just listened. The shrieks, the knocks, the endless chorus of something we couldn't name. It went on, long enough that my fear dulled into a kind of stunned exhaustion. At some point, I must have drifted in and out of sleep, still hearing the sounds in the distance. By morning, the forest was calm again. Birds chirped like nothing had happened. Sunlight broke through the canopy and painted the ground in patches. Everyone moved slowly, red-eyed from lack of sleep. No one spoke of the night before, not the scouts, not even the scoutmaster, except for one offhand comment from the assistant scoutmaster about coyotes being loud. But I knew those weren't coyotes. I knew because the sound hadn't just been noise. It had been something alive, something moving, something that wanted to be heard. We packed up camp and hit the trail again. The day was bright and warm, but I kept glancing into the trees, half expecting to see something standing there, watching. My boots dragged more than usual. The woods didn't feel the same anymore. They felt heavier, charged, like the air just beyond the tree line was holding something we weren't supposed to see. Later that day, we passed a solo hiker coming the opposite direction. He was older, sunburned, with a big pack strapped tight against his back. He stopped us, looking tired and irritated, and asked if we had been making noise the night before. He said he hadn't slept because of it, that he'd even yelled into the dark for it to stop, but it hadn't. His face was tight with anger, but there was something else there too, confusion, maybe even fear. Our scoutmaster brushed it off, told him it wasn't us, and kept us moving. The rest of the trip went by without another incident, at least nothing out of the ordinary. We hiked, we camped, we came home, but that night stayed in my head, stuck there like a splinter. For years I carried it quietly, never really speaking about it, just replaying the sounds in my head, wondering if maybe I'd exaggerated it in my memory, if maybe my fear had twisted it into something it wasn't. Then one night, years later, I was scrolling through YouTube and came across a video titled something like Unexplained Sounds Recorded in the Manistee National Forest. I clicked on it without thinking, and as soon as the audio played, my stomach dropped. It was the same high-pitched shrieks, the same deep cracks of wood on wood, the same unnatural rhythm that had shaken me awake all those years ago. Hearing it again through my computer speakers sent a chill straight through me. That was when everything lined up. My memory, the hiker's complaint, the assistant scoutmaster's weak explanation. None of us had dreamed it. None of us had made it up. It was real, and it was still happening in that same forest. I don't pretend to know what it was. Maybe there's some natural explanation, something science hasn't fully pinned down yet. Maybe it was people out there messing around, though the way those noises carried, the sheer volume and force of them, still makes me doubt that. All I know is that the woods are bigger than we think. They hold things we don't understand, things that don't need our permission to exist. That trip taught me to respect the silence of the forest, but also to respect its noise. The night no longer feels empty to me when I'm out there. It feels full, brimming with life that doesn't always want to be known. And when I hike now, whether in the Manistee or anywhere else, I keep my ears open. Not just for the calls of animals I can name, but for the sounds that remind me that the woods don't belong to us. The ending of that story is simple but clear. Whatever I heard out there was real. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't just my imagination, and it wasn't coyotes. It was the forest itself reminding me that it has its own rules, its own voices, and that sometimes, if you listen long enough, you'll hear something you'll never forget. I've been working as a park ranger for several years now. And I've seen and experienced a lot of things that most people would find unsettling. I've dealt with lost hikers, injured campers, car accidents on back roads, suspicious people hiding out in the woods, and even body recoveries when people pushed themselves too far or simply got unlucky. None of that really surprises me anymore. But every once in a while something happens that stays with me, something that creeps into my head at night when I'm trying to fall asleep. One of those things happened not too long ago, and I still can't shake it. It was the summer of 2019, and I was assigned to patrol an area near Warrensburg, in the Adirondack Mountains of New York. That area is busy in the summer. Campers, hikers, families pulling trailers into the campgrounds. On the surface, it feels like a safe, relaxed place. You hear kids riding bikes through the campground loops, people cooking on portable grills, radios playing in the distance, boats heading out on the lakes. But the woods there are vast. You take 2 steps off the maintained trails, and suddenly you're in deep, thick cover, with very little sign of other people. That closeness can be comforting during the day, but at night it has a way of closing in on you. I was on duty that week, doing the usual rounds, checking permits, making sure people had their fires contained, talking to visitors about wildlife safety. One evening I passed through a section of campground where a new camper had been parked. It looked fresh off the lot, shiny and clean. A family was set up there, 2 tents pitched off to the side, a camper in the middle. They looked like the typical group I saw every summer. Parents, kids, probably here for a week or 2 to enjoy the outdoors. I didn't think much of it and moved on. That night I was off duty and back at my small cabin near the ranger station. Around midnight, I was lying on my bunk reading with the window open when my radio crackled with a weak call. A family had reported suspicious noises near their campsite. Normally that wouldn't be much. Most calls like that turned out to be raccoons or deer rustling through camps. But the thing that caught my attention was the detail they gave. They said the noises sounded like footsteps. Not 4-legged scrambling, but slow, deliberate human footsteps on gravel. And the sounds weren't just passing by. They said the steps stopped right next to their camper. I grabbed my gear, threw on my jacket, and drove the ranger truck out there. The gravel road leading into that campground always felt a little unnerving at night. The headlights catch the low branches and throw sharp shadows across the trees. Even with the window down, you can't hear much over the crunch of the tires. When I pulled into the loop, everything looked calm. A few lanterns glowed inside tents. A handful of campfires burned low, but most people were asleep. I parked near the family that had called. Their camper was quiet, curtains drawn. The tents beside them were zipped up tight. I walked slowly around the site, sweeping my flashlight beam across the gravel, the bushes, the edges of the trees. Nothing moved, nothing looked disturbed. But the gravel around the camper did have a series of impressions in it, faint but noticeable. They weren't animal prints, not deer hooves or bear pads. They looked like shoe marks, but scattered and shallow, as if someone had been walking carefully. I didn't see anyone in the immediate area. I went over to the 2 tents the family had mentioned. The zippers were partly undone, just a few inches each, like someone had tried to peek inside without making too much noise. The flaps moved slightly in the breeze. I knelt down to inspect closer. There was a faint scuff in the dirt at the entrance, like a shoe had dragged there. I circled farther out, checking the brush line. My light caught nothing but branches and tall grass. The night was quiet, almost too quiet. No crickets, no frogs, no wind in the trees, just a heavy stillness that made every small sound stand out. My boots on the gravel seemed too loud, almost like I was announcing myself to anyone who might be hiding out there. After a while, I didn't find anything else, so I logged the report and left. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone had really been there, close enough to stand just outside that camper window. The next morning, I came back through that section of campground while on patrol. The family was outside cooking breakfast, trying to act normal, but I could see the way they kept glancing toward the tree line. They told me the tents had been unzipped again, even though they'd checked them the night before. They swore they'd heard someone walking around, but when they looked in the morning, there was nothing missing. Just small signs someone had been there. I checked with the campers in the next site over. An older couple had parked their trailer a few spots away. They told me they'd heard something too, faint footsteps moving past their camper in the night. They assumed it was a late-night hiker or maybe one of the kids sneaking around. They didn't think much of it at the time. For the rest of the day, I kept circling back to that area, keeping an eye on things. Nothing happened during daylight. Families swam, people grilled food, kids chased each other on bikes. But as soon as the sun dipped behind the mountains and the shadows stretched long across the campground, the mood shifted. People sat closer to their fires, voices dropped lower, and everyone seemed to notice the dark patch of woods pressing in from all sides. That night I decided to park my truck down the road and walk in on foot. I wanted to see if anything came back. I found a spot just beyond the camper and stayed quiet in the brush. Hours passed. The campground settled into silence again. Around 1 a.m, I finally heard it, the crunch of gravel under deliberate steps. Not rushed, not random, slow, one step, then a pause. Another step. The sound grew closer until it was right near the camper. I could see the faint glow of a phone screen flicker inside for a second, then go dark. Whoever was in there had noticed. The footsteps stopped, right next to the camper's window. Whoever it was didn't move for a long time. I stayed frozen in the brush, straining to make out a shape, but the tinted windows reflected only darkness. Then the steps started again, moving away toward the tents. I heard the faint metallic sound of a zipper being touched, then tugged slowly. The sound of fabric shifting, a pause, more rustling as if someone was digging through the gear. I crept closer, my flashlight ready. But by the time I stepped out, shining the beam across the tents, there was nothing. Just the tents themselves, swaying slightly as if someone had brushed past. The gravel was still settling from where the footsteps had been, but no person, no sign of who it was or where they went. I widened the search into the woods. The beam of my light caught nothing but trees. I listened hard. No branches breaking, no running footsteps. Whoever it was had melted away into the night, silent and deliberate. By dawn, I was exhausted. The family looked shaken when they came out in the morning. The tents were half open, gear shifted around inside, but nothing stolen. The older couple from the neighboring camper said they'd heard the footsteps too, again passing right by them. After that, I filed a detailed report. We increased patrols in that area, especially at night, but nothing else happened. Whoever had been creeping around that campground didn't come back. Maybe they realized people were on alert, maybe they moved on to a different area, or maybe they were just passing through. The family cut their trip short. They packed up the camper a few days later and left early. The older couple decided not to return the following summer. The story never made the news and no arrests were ever made. For me, though, it was one of those moments that stuck. Because it wasn't a bear or a raccoon. It wasn't the wind or some harmless noise in the night. It was a person deliberately walking up to a camper in the dark, standing right outside a window, unzipping tents, touching people's things, and then disappearing without a trace. That's the part that still unsettles me. Out in the woods, people expect the danger to come from wildlife or accidents, but more often than not, the real danger comes from other people. And when you're deep in the mountains, miles from town, with only a thin wall of canvas or fiberglass between you and the outside, you're more vulnerable than you realize, even now. When I patrol that area at night, I find myself scanning the gravel for faint prints, listening for the slow crunch of footsteps. And every time I hear a twig snap in the brush, I remember that summer night near Warrensburg, and how close someone came to crossing the line from lurking to something far worse. That family never came back. And when people ask me if camping is safe, I always tell them the truth. The woods themselves won't hurt you if you respect them, but you never really know who else might be out there, walking slowly through the dark, just close enough to hear you breathing inside your tent. I had been working as a park ranger for a little over 6 years when I took the assignment that changed how I see this job forever. I had already gotten used to the long nights, the isolation, and the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. People always assume being a ranger is about pointing out trails and helping families with maps. But the truth is that most of the work happens when nobody is around. It's about keeping an eye on areas most visitors will never step foot in, about checking for signs of fires before they happen, keeping track of wildlife, making sure people don't push deeper into places where they shouldn't be. Most days it's routine, but sometimes you end up in situations where every small decision matters. This was in late autumn, the season when the forest feels empty but not yet dead. The leaves had already fallen, the campsites were nearly abandoned, and the air was just cold enough to keep casual hikers away. My station sat on the edge of a national forest that stretched for miles, broken by old service roads, rocky ridges, and deep valleys where the sun barely touched during the day. Because of the season, staffing was down, so I was covering wider patrol areas alone. I didn't mind at first. I thought it would give me some peace and maybe a chance to clear my head, but looking back, that sense of calm was the first layer of a trap. The assignment was simple on paper. Check a section of backcountry where hunters had been spotted outside of legal limits. The Forest Service had been receiving reports that some people were setting up temporary camps deep in areas not meant for human use. Usually these were poachers, sometimes drug growers, sometimes just people looking for isolation. My job was to go in, document signs of illegal activity, and if I found anyone, report their location for law enforcement to handle. We'd had issues like this before, but they rarely turned ugly. Still, the thought of stumbling on strangers in the middle of nowhere always carries a weight in your stomach. I packed light, a few protein bars, extra water, a thermal blanket, my radio, and my sidearm, which regulations said I should carry but never use unless absolutely necessary. I left at dawn, when the forest was still covered in a kind of gray haze. The trail I followed wasn't really a trail at all, more like a thin scar in the undergrowth from old logging roads that hadn't been maintained in decades. Every step crunched through wet leaves, and the cold air carried that sharp smell of earth that only comes after the first frost. As I moved deeper, the silence became thicker. The normal forest noises, birds, small animals, the distant rush of streams, were scattered and rare. The land was different out there, steeper, with ravines that cut deep into the ground and ridges that blocked any clear view of where I was going. My map was good, but it was outdated, and there were whole sections of forest where the topography didn't match up anymore. Trees had fallen, landslides had shifted ground, rivers had carved new paths. I had to stop often, double-checking my compass, making sure I wasn't letting the landscape trick me into heading the wrong way. About 3 hours in, I started seeing signs of people. A cut branch here, a footprint pressed deep into the mud, and even a piece of fabric snagged on a low branch. At first I thought it could have been old, maybe left weeks ago, but the fabric wasn't faded, and the tracks were too sharp to have been made long ago. Whoever had come through here wasn't far ahead. That's when my sense of routine started to shift into caution. I slowed my pace, checked my radio signal, and made sure I kept track of every landmark in case I needed to find my way back in a hurry. The first real evidence was a campsite. It wasn't large, but it was tucked into a low basin, nearly invisible unless you stood right above it. A fire pit was dug into the dirt, still lined with blackened stones. The ashes inside were gray, but they hadn't been scattered, which meant it had been used recently. Around it were signs of sleeping bags or blankets pressed into the ground, and a few food wrappers buried poorly under leaves. I crouched there for a long time, trying to measure how old the camp was. The wrappers weren't wet yet, so they hadn't been there more than a day or two. That meant whoever used this camp was likely still nearby. The rules said I should radio it in and back out, but there was no signal that deep in the valley. My only choice was to keep moving, find higher ground where the radio would work, and hope I didn't bump straight into whoever was out there. But part of me wanted to see more before leaving. I don't know if it was curiosity or a sense of duty, but I kept searching the area. About 20 yards from the fire pit, I found something that made me stop cold. There was a tree with marks carved into the bark. At first I thought it was someone marking territory or leaving a trail for themselves, but the cuts were long and shallow, more like someone had dragged a knife or blade against it repeatedly. Beneath it I found bones. Not large bones, not human, but small animal bones. The kind you'd find if someone was hunting rabbits or squirrels. But the way they were piled up didn't feel natural. They were stacked, almost neatly in a circle, with the skulls arranged at the center. I tried to tell myself it was just someone's strange way of leaving scraps, but it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate, and that was the first moment I realized I wasn't just dealing with casual hunters. The further I went, the stranger it got. More bones, more trees with cuts, and even a section where branches had been broken and leaned into a rough frame, like the skeleton of a shelter. I kept looking for boot prints, for signs of how many people were out here, but the ground was too broken to be clear. All I knew was that it wasn't one person. The activity was spread too wide, too frequent. At least 2 or 3, maybe more. I finally climbed up a ridge to get a better vantage, and from the top I saw it. Down in the next hollow, hidden under a line of pines, there was a bigger camp. Not just a fire pit this time, but a cluster of makeshift tents made from tarps and branches. Smoke was curling faintly from one of the pits, so faint you'd miss it if you weren't looking carefully. That meant it was still smoldering. Someone was there, or had just left. My instinct screamed to back out and call it in, but I was boxed in by my own choice. I had no signal down there, and the nearest spot I knew I could reach someone was miles back. If I left without gathering more, there was a chance these people would pack up and vanish before law enforcement could even get close. I decided to move closer, slow and careful, keeping low behind the ridge. As I worked my way down, every sound felt like a hammer in the silence. My boots on the leaves, my breath, even the shifting of my pack. When I finally reached a vantage point close enough to see into the camp, my blood went cold. There were 3 men. They looked rough, dirty, dressed in mismatched gear, some of it hunting camo, some of it just heavy jackets. One of them was sharpening a blade against a rock. Another was stirring something in a pot over the fire. The third was crouched, skinning what looked like a deer. That alone wouldn't have been strange, but it was the way they moved. Quick, jerky, almost frantic. And around them, scattered near the tents, were more bones. Not just small animals this time, but bigger ones with ribs cracked open, marrow scraped clean. I stayed as still as I could, hidden behind a fallen log, just watching. Every instinct told me not to be there, not to let them see me. And then I noticed something that nearly made me slip. Hanging from one of the tent ropes was a jacket. A bright orange safety jacket, the kind hunters wear so they don't get shot. But it wasn't weathered or torn like theirs. It looked newer, clean, too clean. And I remembered a report from 2 weeks earlier about a missing hunter who hadn't come back from this area. I don't know how long I stayed frozen there. But eventually the man sharpening the blade stopped and looked straight toward where I was hiding. I couldn't tell if he saw me or just sensed something, but he stood up, blade in hand, scanning the tree line. My body locked up, every muscle screaming not to move. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he sat back down. But I knew I couldn't stay. I backed out slowly, every step deliberate, until I was far enough up the ridge that I could move faster. I didn't stop until I reached higher ground where my radio finally caught a signal. My voice shook as I called it in, giving coordinates, trying to keep it professional even though I felt like I was going to throw up. Law enforcement came in heavy the next day. They didn't tell me everything, but I heard enough. They found the camp, found the men, and found more than just animal bones. They never said outright, but the looks on their faces told me the truth. The missing hunter wasn't missing anymore. That was years ago, but I still think about it every time I step off trail. The forest feels different now, heavier. It's not the animals or the terrain that scare me anymore. It's the people who decide to disappear into the woods. People who don't follow the same rules as the rest of us. Out there, away from everyone else, you're either the one watching or the one being watched. And sometimes you don't know which until it's too late. Do you want me to expand this much further into a 10,000-plus word story, with slower pacing and even more detailed exploration of the environment? Tracking Cerviva. I took the ranger job thinking it would be quiet work. I liked the idea of being away from the noise of towns, out in the trees and trails where the only sounds came from the wind moving through branches and the crunch of gravel under boots. My shift was mostly routine, checking trail signs, clearing fallen branches, keeping an eye on campsites, and making sure people respected fire rules. The pay wasn't much, but I thought the peace would make up for it. The forest I worked in stretched for miles. thick with pine and spruce, broken by lakes, small creeks, and sharp ridges of rock that made some areas almost impossible to reach without climbing gear. Most visitors stayed on the marked trails, but every season there were always a few who decided they knew better. People cut off trail, ignored posted warnings, or camped too close to water. When you work long enough, you learn that most of the danger doesn't come from bears or cougars. It comes from people making dumb choices where nature doesn't forgive mistakes. It was early autumn when the strangest assignment came down. My supervisor told me about reports of strange noises and scattered trash deep inside a part of the park that had no official campsite. Hikers claimed they heard what sounded like chopping wood late at night, sometimes mixed with yelling. The thing was, that section of the park didn't even have roads nearby. To get there, you either had to hike almost 12 miles in, or come in from private land on the other side. We didn't give out permits for camping that far in. I was told to hike in, check the area, and if I found campers, write citations and tell them to leave. It sounded simple. I had done worse patrols in the heat of summer. That day, the air was sharp and cool, with a low ceiling of clouds that made the forest darker than usual. I packed heavier than I normally did. Extra food, water, first aid, flare gun, radio, and sleeping gear in case I had to stay overnight. The hike started easy. The trail wound through flat ground, soft with pine needles, the smell of resin heavy in the air. My boots left prints in damp soil where last night's rain hadn't dried. About 6 miles in, I left the main trail and followed a faint old service road, barely visible under moss and weeds. It was the kind of road you'd miss if you didn't know it was there. After another couple miles, the forest changed. The trees grew closer, taller, and the undergrowth thinned, letting me see deeper between the trunks. That's when I found the first sign something wasn't right. A shredded tarp hung from a branch about 12 feet up. The fabric was faded blue, torn in strips, swaying slightly in the breeze. Below it on the ground lay a smashed cooler, the plastic cracked, old food wrappers scattered and chewed by animals. It looked abandoned for months, maybe years. I noted the location, thinking it might have been an illegal camp. But 100 yards further, I found fresh signs. A fire ring made of stone sat in a small clearing. Inside it, half-burned logs still smelled faintly of smoke, meaning it had been used recently. Around the clearing, footprints pressed into the soil, too many to count. Some were small, like from sneakers, others larger, like heavy boots. The ground was torn up in places, like people had been dragging something heavy. The air felt still in that clearing, too still, like the sound of birds had dropped away. I crouched near the fire ring and touched one of the logs. Cold, but not damp. That fire had been out maybe a day or two. Whoever had been here wasn't far. I kept moving, pushing deeper into the forest. The service road narrowed into nothing more than a faint track, then faded completely. I switched to compass and GPS, marking waypoints so I wouldn't lose my way back. The deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. There were more scraps of human presence. An old pot with burn marks, a pair of socks, stiff with dirt, broken glass bottles half buried in leaves. Then came something worse. I walked into a hollow where the ground dipped, and in the center stood a rough shelter made of tree branches leaned against each other, crudely lashed with rope and strips of cloth. It wasn't a hiker's lean-to. This thing was bigger, almost like a hut, and the inside was dark, smelling of rot. I didn't step in. From the entrance I could see piles of trash, bones of animals picked clean, and a heap of empty water bottles. I backed away and wrote down the coordinates. I planned to radio in, but when I pulled my unit from the pack, the signal crackled dead. Too deep, too far. I would need higher ground. Instead of turning back, I decided to keep pushing forward just a little more. My gut told me whoever was living out here wasn't just passing through. People don't build huts like that for a weekend trip, and the reports of chopping and yelling didn't sound like casual campers. The sun dipped behind clouds and shadows stretched long. I pulled my jacket tighter, noticing how cold the air had grown. A ridge rose ahead and I climbed, slipping on damp rocks, grabbing roots for balance. From the top, I looked out over a valley. The view froze me. Down in the valley, smoke rose in thin gray lines from several points. Not one fire, but many. The haze drifted up between the trees. I raised my binoculars and scanned. Through the glass, I saw crude camps scattered across the valley floor. Tarps, lean-tos, and piles of debris. Movement, too. Figures shifting between trees. I counted at least 7, maybe more. This wasn't a lost hiker. It was something else. I watched longer. The figures moved with purpose, carrying branches, chopping with axes. At one point, 2 of them dragged something large across the ground. It was covered in a tarp, but the shape underneath was bulky and awkward, leaving a trail of disturbed leaves. My chest tightened as I imagined what it could be. A deer, maybe. Or not. The more I looked, the more I realized how spread out the camps were, almost like a small hidden village. No one should be living there. No permits, no access roads, no reason. The wind picked up, carrying faint sounds to me. Sharp cracks of wood splitting, a distant yell. Then a high metallic clanging like hammer on steel. My skin crawled. I crouched lower, suddenly very aware of how exposed I was on that ridge. If one of them looked up with binoculars, they would see me clearly. I backed down slow, every step careful not to slip rocks loose. At the bottom, I pulled out the radio again. Still dead. I thought about firing the flare gun, but it would give away my position. And without knowing where my nearest ranger was, it might not even help. I had 2 choices: make camp somewhere hidden and wait for morning to climb higher for signal, or push all the way back through the forest and hope I didn't get turned around in the dark. I decided to keep moving back. The forest felt different on the return. The shadows seemed thicker, every sound louder. A snapping branch made me freeze, straining to hear. I scanned the trees, convinced someone was following. At one point I swore I heard footsteps pacing me, slow, careful, keeping distance. I stopped. The sound stopped. I walked again. The sound returned. Adrenaline surged and I gripped my knife tighter. I forced myself not to run. Running in that terrain meant broken ankles or worse. By full dark, I was still 6 miles from the main trail. I finally gave in and made a cold camp. No fire, just a tarp over me for cover. I lay there listening to every rustle and crack. Sleep came in fragments, shallow and uneasy. At some point in the night, I woke to a faint glow between trees. Not moonlight, firelight. It flickered against trunks, moving slowly, like someone carrying a torch or lantern. My stomach dropped. I pressed flat to the ground and held my breath. The light passed maybe 100 feet away, weaving between trees, then faded. I stayed awake the rest of the night. By dawn, I packed and moved fast. Exhaustion burned through me, but I pushed until I reached higher ground where the radio finally crackled alive. I called in, gave my coordinates, and reported everything I saw. The response was sharp. They told me to stay put and wait. A team would come. Hours later, 2 rangers and a pair of sheriff deputies arrived. They looked uneasy when I led them back toward the valley. But when we climbed the ridge and looked down, the smoke and camps were gone. Nothing but forest. We hiked in anyway. On the valley floor, we found only scattered trash, burned cans, torn tarps, a broken hatchet. But no huts, no people, no fires. Even the ground where I saw smoke rising looked undisturbed. The deputies exchanged looks I didn't like. They didn't say I imagined it, but I could tell they thought it. The rangers took my report, marked coordinates, and said they'd monitor the area. Weeks passed. I patrolled other sections, but I couldn't shake the memory. I avoided that valley, but sometimes on quiet nights, far off in the distance, I thought I heard faint chopping. Always carried on the wind, always too far to pin down. Months later, a hunter stumbled out of the forest, pale and shaken. He reported seeing people deep in that same valley, moving through the trees at night with headlamps, dragging something heavy. When officers went to check, they found nothing again. The valley stayed empty on paper, but I knew better. I had seen the smoke, the movement, the crude huts. Someone was living out there, hiding deep where most people never went. What scared me most wasn't just that they were out there. It was how fast they vanished, like they knew we were coming. Like they were always watching. After that season, I transferred out. I told myself it. I have worked as a park ranger for more than a decade, and in all those years I have learned that most of the dangers people face in the backcountry are not the ones they imagine. Visitors worry about bears, mountain lions, or storms. but it is almost always human error, poor preparation, or sometimes other people that turn a trip into something terrible. I have pulled hikers with broken legs off trails, carried dehydrated campers back to their cars, and sometimes found people who did not survive their mistakes. Still, there are a few calls that have stayed in my head, the kind that left me awake at night long after the paperwork was filed away. One of those happened a few summers ago when I was assigned to a remote section of the park. That part of the forest was rugged and not very visited compared to the main campgrounds. The trails wound through thick pine and spruce, and there were long stretches where you could walk for hours without seeing another person. Most people stuck to the main routes, but hunters, backcountry campers, and the occasional survivalist liked to disappear into those woods for days at a time. It was my job to patrol, check permits, make sure fires were kept under control, and respond if something went wrong. It was late July when the incident began. The heat had been pressing down for weeks, the kind that dried out the ground and made the underbrush brittle. Fire danger was high, and every ranger was on edge. I had been making my rounds, checking campsites for signs of illegal fires. At one point, I came across a campsite that looked strange. The fire ring was still warm even though no one was there. Around it were a few scattered supplies, an empty water jug, a torn-up backpack, and a couple of food wrappers. What caught my attention was how fast it looked like the person had left. Most people in the backcountry are careful, neat even, because losing gear means real danger. But here it looked like someone had either fled or been interrupted in the middle of breaking camp. At first, I thought maybe a bear had spooked them, though there were no claw marks. No signs of a fight, no shredded food bags. It just felt wrong. I noted the GPS coordinates and radioed it in, but since no active fire or injured person was visible, I continued with my route. 2 days later, a report came into the station from the family of a young man who had not come home after his weekend trip. He had signed a backcountry permit for the same area where I had found that odd campsite. That detail made my stomach tighten. I told my supervisor, and we organized a search. I went back out with another ranger, and we started at the abandoned site. The place looked the same, except now the smell of decay was faint in the air. I followed it downhill and found what I had feared, the man's body, maybe 100 yards from the camp. He was face down, half hidden by branches, his clothes torn, skin scratched raw as if he had pushed hard through brush. But what stopped me cold was his throat. He had cut it open himself. The knife was still in his hand. Suicides are rare out in the backcountry, but they do happen. At first, that seemed like the explanation, but the more we examined the area, the less it made sense. His pack was gone, but pieces of it were scattered in different directions. His boots were off his feet and lying several yards away. Most disturbing was how much ground he had covered in bare feet, his soles cut open by rocks and sticks, blood trailing in the dirt. It looked like he had run blind through the trees until finally collapsing. The official report leaned toward suicide under extreme stress, maybe a mental breakdown, but I couldn't accept it fully. Something had driven him into that state, and it didn't feel random. After his body was removed, I found myself returning to that area again and again. Something in me needed to understand. On one patrol, I pushed farther north along the ridge and came across another small hidden camp. This one was different. It wasn't a camper's site. It looked like someone had been living there a long time, maybe weeks or months. There were bones of small animals tied with string, tin cans burned out in the fire, and clothing stiff with sweat and dirt. A lean-to made from branches stood just big enough for one person. What made me freeze was the wall of carved wood around the lean-to. Pieces of bark had been stripped, and on the pale wood beneath were dozens of scratched words. Over and over, someone had carved phrases like, "They see me," and "Don't sleep." Some were so deep the bark had split. I felt the hair rise on my arms. Someone had been living in these woods in secret, someone who was not just camping but hiding, watching. I reported it, and we cleared the site, bagging everything. We didn't find the person, though. The lean-to was old, but not abandoned long. Ashes were still gray, not washed out by rain. That meant whoever was there had left recently. From then on, whenever I patrolled that sector, I had the sense of being watched. It wasn't something I could prove, but the silence of the forest would change. Birds would go quiet, or I would find footprints in places no visitors should be. More than once I circled back on my own trail and found new tracks overlapping mine, as if someone had been following me a few minutes behind. One night I was assigned to stay near the trailhead to keep an eye on the fire danger. I decided to hike in a short distance and camp in the woods so I could patrol at dawn. Around 2 in the morning I woke up to a sound that I will never forget. It wasn't an animal. It was human breathing, slow and steady, just outside my tent. I froze, every nerve screaming at me not to move. I lay there listening. The breathing didn't rush or retreat. It just stayed there, calm, deliberate, as if the person was crouched only inches from the thin nylon. After what felt like an hour, though it was probably minutes, the sound stopped. When I finally forced myself to unzip the tent and sweep the area with my flashlight, no one was there. But in the soft dirt, I saw the marks of knees and palms, pressed right beside my tent wall. From that point on, I never slept in those woods again without a weapon close at hand. Over the next weeks, more reports came in. A couple of hikers said their gear had gone missing overnight. A hunter swore someone had followed him for miles, but he never saw who it was. A group of campers came out early, shaken after finding stones piled around their tent in a perfect circle while they slept. None of it could be pinned down, but it was too much to dismiss. The real breaking point came in late August. A pair of college students on a multi-day hike didn't return on schedule. We launched another search. After a long day pushing through the brush, I found one of them. He was alive, but barely. He had deep cuts across his arms, not self-inflicted but defensive, the kind you make when warding off blows. He was dehydrated, sunburned, shaking. He kept staring behind me into the trees as if expecting someone to appear. He never spoke a word to me. He died from infection a week later in the hospital before he could tell anyone what had happened. The second student was never found. The official stance was that the pair had gotten lost, injured themselves, and become separated. But I had been there. I had seen the way that boy's arms were torn up, like he had fought someone in close quarters. I had seen the same bare footprints circling the area, the same strange signs in the dirt. After that, we pushed hard to close the trails in that section, citing fire danger and unstable terrain. Off the record, most of us agreed it wasn't safe. Someone was living out there, someone who had gone far beyond sanity, someone who knew the forest better than we ever would. Even after the closures, I still sometimes found signs near the boundaries. Dead animals left on paths, little stacks of stones balanced in odd places, and once even a shredded ranger hat nailed to a tree. It felt personal, like whoever it was knew we were trying to push them out and wanted us to understand that the woods belonged to them now. The following spring, heavy rains caused a landslide in the North Ridge. When the soil and rock gave way, it exposed a shallow grave. Inside were human bones. Tests later confirmed they belonged to the missing college student. Scattered with them were scraps of other clothing that didn't match. Maybe other victims never reported missing. That discovery was enough for the higher-ups to shut down that entire sector indefinitely. Officially, it was because of unstable ground and safety risks, but those of us who worked there knew the real reason. We never caught whoever was responsible. We never even saw them directly. But I am certain they are still out there, moving silently through the trees, watching anyone who dares step too far off the trail. Even now, when I patrol other parts of the park, I sometimes get that same prickling on my neck, the sense that eyes are on me from just beyond the light. I never camp alone anymore. I never sit with my back to the woods, because I know that somewhere, someone has learned how to vanish in plain sight, how to turn the forest into their weapon, and I know what they are capable of doing to anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. That is why when people ask me what the scariest thing I have ever seen as a ranger is, I don't talk about bears or storms. I think of that breath outside my tent. I think of the body with the slit throat, the boy with his arms torn up, the footprints following me. I think about the fact that the park is still open, families still camp here, children still run down the trails laughing. And I know I have worked as a park ranger for years, and most people who hear about the job think it's peaceful and quiet. Nothing more than walking trails, helping tourists, and watching sunsets. The truth is, the job is a lot less about peace and a lot more about responsibility. When you are out there, you are the first line of safety for anyone who sets foot in those woods. And you're also the one who has to face whatever goes wrong when people underestimate the land. It doesn't matter if it's a twisted ankle on a trail, a bear digging through a campsite, or a missing hiker. You are the one who has to handle it, often alone, with no one but your own training and judgment to rely on. That weight builds on you over the years. The forest I was assigned to covered a huge stretch of land, miles of thick pines, rugged trails, streams that could look calm, but take a life in a heartbeat, and long dirt roads that seemed to go on forever. I had grown used to spending long nights out there with just my radio, my flashlight, and the sound of the woods pressing in on me. It was a rhythm I had gotten comfortable with, until one week in late summer when something happened that still sticks with me. The kind of memory you can't shake no matter how much time passes. It started with a call that came in late in the afternoon. Dispatch told me a vehicle had been left parked at one of the trailheads for over 2 days without any sign of the owner. Normally, that might not sound like much, but rules are rules for a reason. People are supposed to register overnight trips at the ranger station, and when they don't, it's often because they never expected to be out that long. I checked the logs and found no record of anyone with that vehicle checking in. That meant I had to go out, locate them, and make sure nothing was wrong. I reached the trailhead just before the sun dipped behind the ridge. The car was sitting crooked in the gravel lot, dust thick on the windshield. I walked around it, noting the details like we always do. No camping gear left in plain view, windows rolled up, no sign of forced entry. The plates were from out of state, which meant whoever drove it here probably didn't know these trails all that well. That already gave me a bad feeling. I signed in at the little trail register box, adjusted my pack, and set out along the path. The air was heavy with late summer heat, the kind that sits on you like a wet blanket, but under the trees it was a little cooler. The trail wound uphill, roots crossing it like veins, rocks jutting out just enough to catch your foot if you weren't paying attention. I kept a steady pace, scanning the ground for prints, broken branches, anything that might tell me which way the person had gone. A mile in, I found a fresh boot print in the mud near a creek crossing. Just one, but it was clear and deep, meaning they were carrying weight. I followed the trail as it narrowed, the woods pressing closer around me. Every so often I stopped and listened. Out there, silence can tell you as much as noise. If you hear birds and bugs, things are normal. When it gets too quiet, that's when you know something's wrong. As I climbed higher, the forest began to change. The pines grew taller and denser, the underbrush thinning until it was just a carpet of needles. The air cooled and the shadows grew long. I found more prints, some bent grass, a broken stick where someone had stepped off trail. That was another red flag. People wander, sure, but straying from the marked paths in that terrain was asking for trouble. By the time I reached a small clearing, the light was fading fast. I pulled out my map and compass, marked my spot, and decided to push a little farther before turning back for the night. That's when I saw it. About 20 yards off the trail, hidden partly by brush, was a campsite. At first glance, it looked like any other. A tent set up, a small fire ring, some gear scattered around. But as I got closer, I felt something tighten in my chest. The fire ring was cold, ashes blown out in the breeze. The tent flap was open, and inside, the sleeping bag was unzipped, crumpled like someone had left in a hurry. Food wrappers were strewn about, a half-empty water bottle tipped over in the dirt. I checked everything carefully, noting each detail. There was no blood, no sign of an animal attack, nothing torn apart. But there was also no sign of the person. It was like they had just stood up and walked away, leaving everything behind. I pulled out my radio and tried to raise dispatch, but the signal was patchy this high up. Static hissed back at me. I logged my position and decided to press on just a little farther. If the hiker had left in a hurry, maybe they had gone down to the creek or tried to bushwhack to another trail. The forest grew darker with every step. I had my flashlight out now, the beam cutting a narrow path through the trees. My boots crunched on the ground, each sound too loud in the stillness. Then I noticed something odd. The boot prints I'd been following doubled back, looping in a strange pattern. They didn't head downhill or toward water. They just circled over and over, like the person had been wandering aimlessly. I followed them for a while, uneasy, until they simply stopped in the middle of a stretch of bare dirt. No trail leading away, no sign of where the person had gone. Just an abrupt end. I swept the flashlight around, searching for broken branches or scuffs in the soil, but there was nothing. It was then that the silence pressed in harder. No insects, no nightbirds, nothing. Just my own breathing and the distant rustle of wind in the canopy. I felt exposed, standing there in the middle of the woods with no clue what had happened. Training told me to backtrack, mark the site, and return with more help in the morning. But curiosity and duty pushed me forward. I found more signs as I moved deeper. A torn strap from a backpack caught on a low branch. A single sock in the dirt. Scraps that didn't make sense, like breadcrumbs scattered without direction. Each one pulled me farther in, and each one made the hair on my neck rise higher. Hours slipped by like that. My flashlight beam grew weaker as the batteries drained, and I finally admitted I needed to turn back. I marked the last location, took careful bearings, and began the trek downhill. But somewhere along the way, I realized I wasn't on the trail anymore. The ground dipped and twisted in ways I didn't recognize. The trees seemed to crowd closer, each one looking the same as the last. I pulled out my compass, checked the bearing, and forced myself to stay calm. Panic was the real killer in situations like this. I kept walking, steady and deliberate, until finally I saw something ahead. At first I thought it was another tent. But as I drew closer, I realized it wasn't. It was the same campsite I had seen hours before. Same tent, same gear scattered, same cold fire ring. I can't explain the weight that settled on me then. I had been walking carefully, using my compass, marking my way, and yet I had come back to the exact same spot. It didn't make sense, but the evidence was right there in front of me. I decided to stay put until morning. I set up near the abandoned tent, kept my flashlight close, and forced myself to rest in short, tense bursts. Every snap of a twig jolted me awake. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. But nothing came. The forest stayed oppressively still. When dawn finally broke, I wasted no time. I hiked back the way I thought was downhill, moving fast and determined. This time I found the trail within an hour. Relief hit me hard, but it didn't last. Because there, just a few yards down the path, was another item left behind. A jacket faded and damp with dew, and beneath it, half buried in the dirt, was a map of the park. The strange part was, it wasn't my map. It was older, edges frayed, trails marked in pencil. And in one spot, near where I had just spent the night, there was a circle drawn over and over, dark and heavy, as if the person who made it wanted to make sure no one missed it. I never found the missing hiker. Search teams combed the area for days, dogs, drones, everything we had. All they found were the same scattered items I had seen. The campsite, the clothes, the torn strap, but never the person. To this day, I can't explain what happened out there. I've worked plenty of missing person cases, but that one stays with me. The prints that led nowhere. The silence that swallowed the forest whole. The way I ended up back at the same campsite, no matter how carefully I thought I was moving. I learned something from that experience, something I carry with me every time I step into the woods now. Nature doesn't care about our rules, our maps, or our sense of direction. You can think you're in control, that you're prepared, but out there, you're just another body moving through the trees. And sometimes, the land doesn't want to give you back. That missing hiker was never found, and their car was finally towed away after weeks of sitting in that lot. But I still see it in my mind sometimes, sitting crooked in the gravel, dust on the windshield, waiting, like it's still out there, waiting for its owner to come back. I started my shift earlier than usual that morning. The air was sharp with the kind of cold that seeps through every layer, even if you're bundled up. I was working in one of the larger national parks out west, a place with endless miles of wilderness, dense forests that seem to swallow you whole, and backcountry trails that only a few visitors ever dared to explore. My job was mostly routine, patrols, campsite checks, and responding to calls. But I knew enough from years in this line of work that the scariest things weren't ghosts or monsters. It was the people who went missing without reason, the things hidden in the trees, the moments when you realized you were miles from help with nothing but instinct keeping you alive. That day started quietly. I was assigned to check the northern boundary of the park, a section not many tourists visit. It stretched out into a remote area where the forest was thicker, the trails poorly marked, and the cell signal non-existent. Most rangers didn't like patrolling there alone, but we all had to take our turn eventually. I packed my gear, radio, map, GPS, first aid kit, water, flashlight, extra batteries, flare gun, and my knife, and drove out as far as the service roads would take me. From there, it was on foot. I moved deeper into the trees. The silence was heavy, almost unnatural. Normally you'd hear birds, rustling leaves, maybe the distant sound of a creek, but that day it felt as though the forest was holding its breath. The sky was overcast, pressing low against the ridges, and everything was dim even though it was still morning. My boots sank into the damp earth with each step, leaving deep prints that looked like they could last for days. As I made my way down a narrow game trail, I came across something strange. About a mile in, I saw a patch of cleared ground where someone had cut branches and laid them in a crude circle. In the middle was a pile of charred wood and ash. It was clear someone had built a fire there not long ago. That wasn't unusual by itself. Plenty of hikers ignored the rules and made illegal campfires. But what bothered me was how far off the marked trail it was. Whoever had camped there had gone to some effort to stay hidden. I crouched and looked closer. There were boot prints around the fire, at least 2 different sizes. The ash was still dark, suggesting it had been used maybe the night before. I noted the location in my log and moved on, but a knot of unease started forming in my stomach. As I pushed farther, I noticed more signs. Broken branches, faint footprints, and at one point, a torn piece of fabric caught on a thorn bush. It looked like part of a shirt sleeve, faded blue, with what seemed like a smear of something dark on it. It could have been dirt, but it could have been blood too. I slipped it into my pack, telling myself I'd report it when I got back. The trail grew rougher, climbing into higher ground where the trees grew denser and the undergrowth thicker. I moved slower, scanning for signs of animals or people. That's when I spotted something that made my skin crawl. About 20 feet off the trail was a small clearing. In the middle was a dead deer, but it wasn't like any natural kill I'd ever seen. The carcass was laid out flat, its legs spread at stiff angles. The belly had been slit open, the insides removed with almost surgical precision. There were no signs of predators, no torn flesh, no ragged edges. Whoever had done this had used a blade and had taken their time. The smell hit me then, thick and metallic, making me gag. I backed away, heart pounding. I'd seen poachers work before, but this wasn't poaching. This was something else. I logged it, snapped a quick photo with my work-issued camera, and kept moving, though every nerve in me screamed to turn back. The park was massive, and things like this sometimes went unnoticed, but the fact that it was happening in my sector, and that I was alone, made it all worse. The deeper I went, the stranger it became. I found another fire pit, then another. Each was hidden carefully, always just out of sight of the main path, always surrounded by boot prints. Some had bones in them, small animal bones, blackened from the flames. One pit had a half-burned metal can with the label scraped off. Another had an old tin cup dented and stained. Whoever was out here had been living rough for a while, moving from spot to spot, keeping hidden. Hours passed, and the sky grew darker even though it wasn't yet late. The clouds had thickened, heavy with the threat of rain. My radio crackled uselessly with static whenever I tried to call in, and my GPS flickered, losing its signal now and then. I checked my map, reassured myself of where I was, and decided to push another mile before turning back. That was when I found it. The trail dipped into a shallow ravine where the trees pressed close, their branches knitted into a canopy that blocked most of the light. The air was cooler down there, damp and still. At first I thought I was seeing another fire site, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else. In the hollow of the ravine was a shelter, built from branches, tarps, and pieces of scrap metal. It was crude but sturdy, with smoke stains rising up from a stone-lined pit nearby. Whoever had been out here wasn't just camping for a night. They were living here. I froze, scanning for movement. The shelter looked empty, but it was hard to tell. I crept closer, every step slow, careful not to snap twigs underfoot. The closer I got, the worse it smelled. A mix of rotting food, damp earth, and something sour, like unwashed skin. I reached the edge and peered inside. The floor was littered with trash, empty cans, torn bags, scraps of paper. In the corner was a pile of blankets and clothing matted with dirt. What caught my eye, though, was the wall. Someone had nailed bits of wood together to form a makeshift board, and across it were rows of marks scratched deep into the surface. Hundreds of them, like someone had been counting the days. Beside the board were objects that made my stomach turn. A pair of shoes, small, like they belonged to a child. A rusted hunting knife, its blade stained dark. A coil of rope, and in a filthy plastic container, what looked like dried strips of meat. I backed away slowly, every muscle tight. Whoever was living here was dangerous. This wasn't some lost hiker or a survivalist minding their own business. This was something darker, something I wasn't equipped to deal with alone. I turned to leave, but that's when I heard it. A faint crunch of leaves somewhere behind me. I froze, ears straining. Another step, closer this time. Someone was in the trees watching. I didn't wait. I moved fast, keeping low, making my way back up the ravine. My heart hammered as I pushed through the undergrowth, every shadow looking like a figure. I didn't run, not yet. I knew better than to panic in terrain like that. But I kept my pace steady, my hand gripping the handle of my knife. The sound followed. Slow, deliberate footsteps, always just behind me. I didn't dare look back. My only thought was to put distance between myself and that shelter. After what felt like hours, I reached higher ground where the forest thinned a little. I stopped to catch my breath, listening. The footsteps had stopped. The woods were silent again, but it wasn't a comforting silence. It was heavy, charged, like the forest itself was holding something back. I checked my GPS again. The signal flickered but held, showing I was still miles from the nearest road. The fastest way out was to cut east and follow a creek that eventually led back to the main trail. I set off that way, forcing myself to stay calm, scanning constantly. The rain started then, light at first, then heavier, soaking through my jacket, making every step harder. The ground turned slick, the creek swelled, and visibility dropped. I trudged on, teeth clenched against the cold, trying not to think about what, or who, was behind me. At one point, I came across another clearing, smaller this time. In the center was something that nearly made me turn back in fear. A wooden pole had been driven into the ground, and hanging from it by a length of rope was a deer's head, its eyes glassy and its tongue swollen. Below it was a pile of bones, bleached white by sun and rain. It wasn't just hunting, it was a display, a warning. I forced myself past it, refusing to linger. I knew I had to keep moving, no matter how exhausted I was. My legs burned, my pack dug into my shoulders, and my breath came in ragged gasps. But stopping wasn't an option. As night fell, I finally reached the main trail again. Relief surged through me, but it didn't last. The trail was muddy, washed out in places, and every sound in the forest made me jump. At one point, I swore I saw a figure standing far down the path, still and silent. But when I blinked, it was gone. Maybe it had just been a tree, maybe not. I pushed through the last miles with sheer willpower, every sense stretched thin. When I finally saw the faint glow of the ranger station lights through the trees, I nearly collapsed. I stumbled inside, dripping wet, shaking so hard I could barely speak. I reported everything. The camps, the shelter, the deer, the rope, the footsteps. A team was sent out the next morning, armed and in numbers. They found the shelter, but it had been abandoned. The marks were still on the wall, the trash still scattered, the pole with the deer's head still standing. But there was no trace of the person. Weeks passed and no one was caught. Visitors reported strange noises in the woods, missing gear, fires see. I became a park ranger because I thought I wanted a quiet life. far away from city noise and chaos. I imagined myself surrounded by trees, wildlife, and long stretches of trails that only a few people would wander each day. I pictured peace, maybe even boredom at times. What I got instead was something far heavier, something that still keeps me up at night. The park I worked in wasn't the most famous one, but it was big, spread across valleys, ridges, and thick forest that seemed endless. There were fire lookouts, backcountry campsites, and trails that ranged from easy-day hikes to multi-day treks. The rangers rotated shifts between patrolling the busier trails, staffing the visitor center, and doing longer overnight patrols into the deep backcountry. At first, I loved every bit of it. I liked the silence of the mornings, the way the sun cut through fog, the smell of pine, the calls of birds. I liked checking trailheads, clearing fallen logs, making sure campers followed fire rules, and even helping the occasional lost hiker find their way back. It all felt meaningful, like I was doing something important for both people and the land. But the deeper you go into the job, the more you see. The woods aren't just trees and calmness. They hide things. Sometimes those things are natural, storms, bears, landslides. Sometimes those things are people. People are the most unpredictable part of the wilderness. I remember the shift that changed everything. It was early fall when the air turns crisp and the leaves start to glow with color. The park was quieter than in summer, but not empty. Hunters had permits in some zones. Hikers came to see the foliage, and campers wanted the cooler nights. My assignment was a 3-day solo patrol covering a section of the northern trails, including a few remote campsites that didn't get checked often. The area was rugged, full of cliffs and steep valleys, with some spots where the trail almost disappeared into thick brush. It wasn't the kind of place casual visitors went. I packed my usual gear: tent, sleeping bag, food, radio, maps, GPS, first aid kit, and enough water filters to get by. I always carried extra layers because the temperature could drop fast out there. The first day was uneventful. I hiked about 12 miles, checked a few campsites, noted down minor trail maintenance that would need a crew later, and set up camp near a small creek. That night was calm, the kind of night where you hear every crack of a branch and every small splash of water as animals come to drink. I didn't think much of it. The second day was harder. The trail climbed into higher ridges where the wind cut through the trees, and I had to scramble over loose rocks in a few places. I didn't see another person all day. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a campsite I was supposed to inspect. It was tucked into a grove of fir trees, flat ground with a fire ring built of stones. At first glance, it looked fine. Then I noticed the ground was disturbed in odd ways. There were boot prints, more than one set, and they weren't fresh but not too old either. They crisscrossed the site, leading toward the trees and back again. Near the fire ring, I saw the charred remains of something burned. Not food, not trash, but fabric, pieces of cloth melted and blackened. I crouched down and picked at the ashes. It looked like someone had burned clothing. That wasn't normal. People burned paper or scraps, sure, but not whole shirts or pants. I walked further out from the campsite and found more signs. A small dugout hole, maybe used as a latrine, but shallow and half-covered. Nearby, I saw something that made me stop cold. A knife, half buried in leaves, with dried brown stains along the blade. I pulled on gloves, picked it up, and slipped it into a plastic evidence bag I carried for situations like this. I didn't like what I was seeing. It felt wrong, like someone had been here for reasons that didn't fit the usual backcountry trip. I radioed in, but the signal was weak. I managed to get through enough words: campsite, suspicious need check. That dispatch told me to continue documenting, and they'd send a ranger to meet me at the next trail junction in 2 days. That meant I was still on my own for a while. As I hiked on, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every noise behind me made me turn. I saw nothing but trees and shadows, but the sense never left. By late afternoon, I picked a spot away from the trail and set up camp. I kept my fire small, barely enough to boil water. I didn't want attention. That night I barely slept. Around midnight I heard movement near my camp. Not the quick darting of animals, but slower, heavier footsteps. I lay still in my sleeping bag, hand gripping my flashlight, waiting. The steps circled, then faded. I wanted to believe it was a deer, or maybe even a bear, but the pattern was too deliberate. In the morning, I checked the ground. Sure enough, boot prints. They came close to my tent, then moved back into the woods. They weren't mine. I hiked faster that day, cutting across ridges to reach the trail junction sooner. The woods felt suffocating. Every time I stopped for water or to check my map, I scanned the trees. At one point, I saw movement far back in the forest. A figure. Too far to make out details, but tall enough to be a man. He didn't move like a hiker on a trail. He stood there for a moment, then stepped back out of sight. My stomach dropped. I knew then that someone was following me. The rest of that day is a blur of panic and forced focus. I kept pushing my pace, glancing over my shoulder, ears tuned for sounds. When I finally stopped for the night, I didn't even set up a tent. I found a hollow between rocks, wedged myself in, and kept my gear packed. I dozed in short bursts, waking at every noise. At some point in the night, I smelled smoke. Not my own. A fire, faint but drifting on the wind. Someone was camping nearby. The third day, I practically ran down the trail. My legs ached, my pack dug into my shoulders, but adrenaline kept me moving. I was maybe 3 miles from the junction when I noticed something strange. The boot prints I'd been seeing weren't just behind me anymore. They appeared ahead of me, cutting across the trail. Whoever it was, they were circling me, moving through the forest faster than I could. When I reached the junction, I expected to see another ranger waiting. Instead, the clearing was empty. I radioed, but the signal crackled and died. I felt dread rise in my chest. I decided to push on toward the ranger station another 6 miles away. That's when I found the trap. On a narrow stretch of trail, where the ground dipped between 2 boulders, I saw a line strung low across the path. A thin cord, barely visible. I froze. Looking closer, I saw it was tied to a branch weighted with rocks, rigged to swing down. A crude but dangerous snare. If I hadn't noticed, it would have hit me hard. My throat went dry. Someone had set this up. For me. I stepped carefully around it and kept moving, heart pounding. The woods felt alive with threat. Every shadow seemed like a person crouching. I heard movement more than once just out of sight. My legs burned, but I didn't stop until I saw the roof of the station through the trees. Relief washed over me, but it was cut short. The station door was ajar. Inside, the place was a mess. Papers scattered, drawers pulled open, a chair knocked over. No ranger. My radio there was smashed. The satellite phone was gone. Whoever had been following me had gotten here first. I locked the door, shoved a cabinet against it, and sat in the corner with my knife in hand. Hours passed. The light outside dimmed. I listened, every nerve on edge. At some point in the night, I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, then silence. They didn't try to force the door. They just waited. I sat awake until dawn, knife still in my hand, eyes burning. When sunlight finally pushed through the windows, I found the courage to look outside. No one was there. I left the station as fast as I could, sticking to open ground where I could see in all directions. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where another ranger finally met me. I tried to explain, but by the time a search team went back, the traps were gone. The prints were scattered, washed by wind and time. The other ranger who was supposed to meet me never turned up. They listed him as missing. His truck was later found parked at a trailhead, keys still inside. To this day, no one knows who was out there. Hunters sometimes go off their permits. Squatters live in the woods. But the traps, the following, the station, none of it was random. Someone knew those woods better than I did, and they wanted me to know I was never safe in them. I still work as a ranger, but I don't patrol that section alone anymore. The forest looks the same as it always did. Beautiful, endless, alive. But when I walk the trails, I can't forget. Somewhere in all that space, someone is still out there, watching. And the worst part is knowing they're better at it than I'll ever be. I started working as a park ranger because I wanted a quiet life away from the noise of cities. I had grown tired of sitting in traffic, the endless lines in stores, and the constant stress of bills and neighbors and phones ringing. Out here in the park, The only ringing I had to hear was from a bird calling at dawn or the sound of water dripping off pine needles after rain. At least, that's what I thought before I learned how quiet can sometimes be worse than noise, and how the woods can turn against you in ways that stay with you forever. The park I worked in was a huge stretch of wilderness that stretched for miles in every direction. It had deep woods, long trails that wound through valleys, rivers cutting through granite cliffs, and old abandoned cabins that no one had lived in for years. During the summer months, tourists filled the trails, asking questions about where to camp, how to avoid bears, and which waterfall was the best to see. But once fall came, the number of visitors dropped sharply, and by winter there were days where I might not see another person at all. That was when the real job began, because quiet didn't mean nothing was happening. Quiet meant I had to pay more attention. My station was a small wooden building with a tin roof and a radio tower sticking up from one side. It sat near the main road that wound into the park. From there, dirt roads branched off toward the interior, where only rangers and forest workers were allowed to go. I often volunteered for the overnight shifts because most rangers hated being alone in the dark. I never minded it much. I thought of myself as practical, someone who believed in real dangers like people getting lost, bears raiding food supplies, or fires starting from an abandoned campfire. I never once thought about anything else. That's what made what happened so much worse, because it wasn't some storybook monster that made me afraid. It was something I could see, touch, and smell. Something real. It was late October when it began. The leaves had already fallen from most of the trees, leaving the forest looking bare and exposed. The air had that sharp edge that hinted snow would come soon. My shift that night started at dusk, and my only assignment was to check a long back trail near the northern border of the park. There had been reports of someone poaching deer out there, and the higher-ups wanted more eyes in the area. The trail wasn't visited often, mostly because it was rough terrain with little to see. That night, I signed out the keys to a park truck, filled a thermos with coffee, and headed out. The dirt road leading into the northern woods was narrow, rutted, and scattered with fallen branches. The farther I drove, the less it looked like a road at all, more like two faint tire tracks pressed into the ground. I kept my headlights on, even though the last of daylight was still hanging in the trees. By the time I parked near the locked gate that blocked the path deeper into the trail, the sun had dropped low enough that the woods felt darker than usual. I stepped out of the truck, locked the gate behind me, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started walking. The first hour was uneventful. The trail was muddy in places, scattered with deer prints and raccoon tracks, but nothing fresh enough to worry me. I checked for signs of snares or shell casings, anything that might point to poachers, but found nothing. As I walked, I listened to the usual sounds of the forest at night: the faint trickle of water from a nearby creek, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves shifting in the breeze. I felt calm, even comfortable, like I usually did out there. It wasn't until I reached the halfway point that I noticed something strange. At first, it was just a faint smell in the air. Not the usual earthy smell of wet leaves or damp wood, but something sour and metallic, like rust mixed with rot. I stopped walking and sniffed the air, trying to place it. My first thought was that it might be a dead animal somewhere nearby. Maybe a deer that had been brought down by coyotes. But the smell was stronger than that, sharper, and it seemed to drift with the wind instead of staying in one place. I pulled my flashlight from my pack, even though I didn't need it yet, and kept walking. A few hundred yards later, I noticed boot prints in the mud. They were deep and clear, fresher than anything I had seen all night. They led off the trail and into the trees. I crouched down to study them, noting the wide heel and heavy tread. These weren't hiking boots. They were work boots, the kind loggers or construction workers wore. They were too fresh to ignore, so I followed them. The tracks wound through the trees, breaking branches and crushing underbrush in a way that told me the person hadn't been careful. They led to a small clearing surrounded by pines. That was where I saw the first real sign of trouble. In the center of the clearing was a pile of bones. Not an animal carcass, not scattered remains from predators, but a deliberate pile. The bones were bleached white, stripped clean of flesh and stacked like firewood. Deer antlers stuck out from the pile at odd angles. My stomach tightened as I stepped closer, shining my flashlight over the heap. This wasn't poaching. This was something else. The smell hit me stronger there, so strong it burned the back of my throat. I covered my mouth with my sleeve and forced myself to keep looking. Next to the pile was a plastic 5-gallon bucket. Inside were scraps of meat, some fresh, some blackened with decay. Flies buzzed around it even in the cold air. I didn't understand what I was looking at. Whoever had been out here wasn't just killing deer for meat or trophies. They were collecting, arranging, keeping parts like it was some kind of ritual. The hairs on my neck stood up as I realized how quiet the forest had become. No owl, no breeze, no rustling leaves. Just silence pressing in on all sides. I backed away slowly, scanning the edges of the clearing with my light. Every tree seemed to lean in closer. I felt exposed standing there as if eyes were on me. I turned to follow the boot prints back the way I came, but that's when I froze. Next to my own tracks leading into the clearing, there was another set of boot prints, fresh, pressed into the mud after mine. Whoever had been here wasn't gone. They were behind me at some point, following me, watching. I moved quickly, forcing myself not to run. My flashlight beam shook with every step as I retraced my path. My breathing was loud in my ears. Every crack of a branch made me jerk my head around, expecting to see someone right behind me. The forest that had felt familiar an hour before now felt hostile, like it wanted to trap me inside. My only goal was to make it back to the truck, lock the doors, and radio this in. But the farther I walked, the less sure I became that I was going the right way. The trail didn't look the same. The landmarks I thought I recognized were gone, replaced by endless rows of dark trees. The boot prints I followed seemed to split in different directions, looping back and crossing over each other as if whoever left them wanted to confuse anyone following. I stopped in the dark, heart hammering, realizing I might have been led in circles. I took out my compass, but the needle spun erratically, refusing to settle. That sour smell was stronger again, drifting through the air like a warning. I decided to head downhill, reasoning that most trails in the park eventually led back to a creek or road if you followed the slope. I walked fast, every step feeling like it dragged me deeper instead of closer to safety. My flashlight caught flashes of movement in the trees, a shadow slipping between trunks, a flicker of fabric too quick to focus on. I never heard footsteps, never heard breathing, but I knew I wasn't alone. The silence pressed harder as if the whole forest was holding its breath. When I finally stumbled back onto the trail, relief hit me like a wave. I recognized the packed dirt, the faint tire tracks, the gate somewhere not too far ahead. I quickened my pace, nearly jogging, my flashlight bouncing wildly. That's when I saw it. Hanging from a low branch over the trail was a rope. At the end of the rope was a deer's head, eyes gone, tongue black and swollen. The rope swayed gently in the still air. Beneath it, fresh boot prints stood in the mud, facing my direction, as if waiting. I forced myself past it, refusing to slow down. The gate was ahead. I could almost see the glint of metal through the trees. But as I drew closer, I saw that the lock I had left on it was gone. The chain lay broken on the ground, twisted as if torn apart with tools. My truck was still there, but the driver's door was open. My stomach dropped as I realized I hadn't left it that way. The dome light inside was glowing faintly, casting shadows across the seats. I crept closer, holding my flashlight like a weapon. The cab was empty, but the smell, God, that smell was inside, soaked into the fabric. On the passenger seat sat a fresh deer heart, blood still wet, pulsing like it had just been cut free. Beside it was a scrap of paper with a single muddy fingerprint smeared across it. No words, just the print. I didn't wait. I slammed the door, locked it, and started the engine with shaking hands. Gravel sprayed as I turned the truck around and barreled down the road toward the station. Every shadow on the roadside looked like someone standing there, watching me leave. I didn't slow down until I saw the station lights through the trees. When I finally parked and stumbled inside, I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel relief. I felt marked, like whoever had been out there had let. I have worked as a park ranger for many years, and I thought I had seen just about everything that the wilderness could throw at me. I had dealt with drunks who wandered off the trails, hunters who lied about permits, people getting lost in storms, and even a few accidents that turned fatal when someone underestimated how fast nature could turn against them. I knew that most of the job was patience and observation. You walked the trails, you kept an eye out for signs of trouble, and you made sure visitors respected the land. Most days were slow and quiet. That quiet could make you lazy if you let it, but I always tried to stay sharp. This story took place deep in one of the larger parks I was assigned to. It wasn't the kind of park with paved roads and gift shops. It was one of those wide forest-covered areas where the trails went on for miles, and once you went past a certain point, you could easily spend a day walking and still not reach the edge. Most visitors came for the solitude, backpackers, hunters, and the kind of campers who liked being completely alone. That made my job both easy and difficult. Easy, because I didn't have to manage crowds. Difficult, because if something happened to someone out there, finding them and helping them was never quick. The shift started like most. Early morning, sky pale with the sun just starting to push through. I checked the radio, checked my pack, and headed out from the station. The plan was a long loop, about 12 miles, through one of the more isolated regions. We had been getting reports of campsites being trashed, and not just by animals. Fires left burning, food scattered, even gear stolen. There was suspicion of someone living illegally in the woods. It happens more than people realize. Folks who want to live off the grid or people hiding from something. Sometimes it's just a stubborn old man trying to escape society, but other times it's people who are unstable and dangerous. I started down the trail, everything normal at first. The woods were damp from rain the night before. The air smelled heavy, like wet earth and pine sap. The ground was slick, and I could hear water dripping from the canopy for hours after the clouds had already passed. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Birds thinned out, and even the usual sound of squirrels chattering or branches cracking under deer grew rare. That kind of silence always put me on edge because it usually meant a predator was near, or something unnatural had disturbed the rhythm of the forest. The first sign of trouble came about 4 miles in. I left the main trail to check a small side path that was marked for temporary closure due to flooding. We usually kept those blocked with rope and a wooden post, but the rope had been cut. It wasn't torn or chewed. It was cleanly cut, like with a knife. That immediately set off alarms in my head. I followed the side path for about half a mile, and sure enough, there was a makeshift camp hidden just off the trail. The camp was rough, but clearly used more than once. A lean-to made of branches and tarp, a fire pit full of ashes and some scavenged items, plastic bottles, old cans, a filthy sleeping bag. What bothered me most wasn't the camp itself, but the smell. It was sour, like rot mixed with smoke. I looked closer and found the remains of animals scattered around. Not clean kills either. Bones cracked open, half-burned meat left black in the fire. Some of the bones weren't from animals that people usually hunt. There were dogs. I could tell by the size of the skulls and the shape of the teeth. Finding something like that alone in the woods hits you hard. It's not just that someone's living illegally, it's the mindset behind what they're doing. Burning bones, leaving them half-finished, eating whatever they can catch, no matter what it is. It spoke of desperation or a mind not working right. I reported it over the radio, but reception was weak that far in. I only got a few words out before the static swallowed me. That meant I had to keep moving, at least until I reached a ridge where the signal was stronger. I decided to mark the camp with tape so I could guide a team back later. As I moved on, I kept noticing signs that someone had been using the area heavily. Small trails that weren't on the maps, trees with bark stripped off, cans nailed to trunks, the kind of thing people do to make noise alarms if animals or humans walk through. It wasn't just one camp. It was like someone had been setting up a whole network of hideouts in the forest. The more I walked, the more that silence pressed on me. Hours passed and I didn't see another hiker or camper. I started to feel like someone was watching. You get that feeling sometimes as a ranger, especially alone, but usually it's just nerves. This felt heavier, like the eyes were following me from tree to tree. About 8 miles in, I found the second camp. This one was worse. Much worse. It wasn't hidden as well, but it was bigger. There were several fire pits, piles of bones, and even crude furniture made from logs. There were torn clothes scattered around, some clearly too small for an adult man. The smell was so strong it almost made me gag. I started searching carefully. I didn't want to touch much, just take note of what was there. That's when I saw the pit. A hole dug into the ground, maybe 4 feet across and 3 feet deep, filled with black water and trash. At first I thought it was just a garbage pit until I noticed something pale floating just under the surface. I leaned closer and saw it was a hand. I stumbled back hard, heart racing. It was a human hand, swollen and pale from water. The fingernails were long, skin bloated. Someone had dumped a body in there. This changed everything. Camps like this were one thing, but finding a body meant I wasn't just dealing with a squatter. I was dealing with a killer, maybe more than one. I tried the radio again, desperate, but the static answered me. I cursed under my breath and knew I had to make a decision. Going back the way I came would take hours. Going forward to the ridge might give me a signal faster. I chose forward, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever made that pit might be nearby. The woods grew darker as clouds rolled in. The air grew cooler, and shadows stretched long. I moved fast, checking behind me every few minutes. Branches cracked in the distance, and more than once I thought I saw movement between the trees. A flash of cloth, a figure too still to be an animal. My breathing grew shallow, every step louder than it should have been. At one point I passed a tree with something carved into the bark. It was a crude drawing, almost like a child's scrawl. A stick figure, arms wide, with what looked like dozens of scratches around it like rays. It didn't look like anything natural. It was deliberate. By the time I reached the ridge, the sky was nearly dark. My hands shook as I pulled the radio again. This time I got through. I gave my location, told them what I had found. The response was quick and sharp. Stay put, don't engage. A team would be on the way. I was ordered to make myself as safe as possible until they arrived. That would have been fine if I hadn't already felt that I wasn't alone. I chose a spot near a large boulder, where I could see both sides of the ridge. I kept low, scanning the tree line. Every rustle made me jump. Hours dragged on, the night swallowing everything. The team was delayed by the rough terrain, and I was left sitting there with only my flashlight in the cold. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate. Not an animal. Too heavy, too spaced apart. I turned off my light and pressed against the rock, heart slamming in my chest. The steps came closer, pausing now and then like the person was listening. I gripped my knife, knowing it wouldn't do much if there were more than one. The figure passed just on the edge of the ridge, barely visible in the moonlight. A man, thin, clothes ragged, hair hanging wild. He carried something long in his hand, maybe an axe or a stick. He stopped, sniffed the air, then moved on, disappearing into the trees again. I stayed frozen until I couldn't hear him anymore. The urge to run was almost unbearable, but I knew moving would give me away. So I waited, teeth chattering from both fear and cold. Finally, just before dawn, I heard the distant call of the rescue team. I shouted back, voice cracking. When they reached me, I nearly collapsed with relief. We went back together to the camps I had marked. The first one was empty, but the second one with the pit was just as I left it, except the pit was now filled in. The body was gone. Someone had been there during the night. The team swept the area, but they found nothing else. Just traces of camps, strange markings on trees and more bones. Whoever had been out there knew the land well enough to vanish when they wanted. I gave my full report, and for weeks afterward, we patrolled that section heavily. But no one was ever caught. No more camps were found, no more bodies. Just silence, heavy and endless. I still think about that night often. The way the man stopped and sniffed the air, the way the pit had been filled by the time I returned. It made me realize something about the job. You can walk the trails every day and think you know the land. But the truth is there are places even rangers don't fully understand. Pockets of wilderness where people can hide, and where terrible things can happen without anyone knowing. I still patrol, and I still love the woods, but I never forget that smell. Or the pale hand floating just under the water. Somewhere out there, someone is still living in those trees. And I know I was only a breath away from being another body in Tiru. I became a park ranger because I loved being outdoors. I thought I understood the forest, the mountains, the lakes, and the quiet roads that stretched through the middle of nowhere. I thought I knew what it meant to spend days alone out there, just me and the endless silence broken only by wind or birds. But the truth is, I didn't know a thing about the kind of weight that comes when you realize you're not just protecting the park from people. You're also protecting people from the park. There's a difference. My shift started like any other. It was late summer, just at that point where the heat during the day is thick and sticky, but the nights start getting cold enough to bite through your clothes if you're not moving. The air smelled like dried pine needles and dust kicked up from the dirt roads. My outpost was small and sat at the edge of a stretch of wilderness that didn't see as many tourists as the other sections. Families preferred the lakeside campsites or the marked hiking loops. The section I oversaw was farther out, miles of rugged trails, old logging roads, and a river canyon that cut deep into the land like a scar. The only people who came out that way were the ones who wanted to be left alone. Experienced backpackers, hunters, and sometimes people who didn't want to be found. That last part was the kind of thing no one said out loud, but I'd seen enough to know it was true. I started the day driving the service truck slowly along one of the gravel roads, scanning for trash left behind or signs of campfires in places they weren't allowed. There had been a rash of illegal fire pits popping up recently, and with the dry conditions, that was a disaster waiting to happen. I checked 3 campsites, all empty, then stopped at a trailhead and wrote down plate numbers of the vehicles there. Standard procedure. By the time the sun dropped lower, I decided to hike a section of the river trail. It was about 3 miles down to where the trail bent close to the canyon. That area always made me uneasy, not because of anything supernatural, but because the geography was dangerous. The walls of the canyon were steep, and the rock near the edges was brittle. Every year, rock slides shifted the paths, and if someone wandered too close, there was no coming back up if they slipped. The hike in was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears until you hear your own heartbeat. I passed through sections of thick brush and places where the trail narrowed so much, I had to keep brushing branches from my face. The ground was dry, but deep in the woods I noticed patches where the soil looked disturbed, like someone had been digging or moving things around. At first I thought it was just animals, maybe coyotes or raccoons searching for food. But then I saw spots where it looked more deliberate. One clearing had a fire ring built from large stones. It wasn't allowed there, and I could tell it was recent. The ash inside was still dark and clumped together, not yet blown away by wind. Next to it were boot prints, larger than my own. I followed them for a while until they split into 2 directions, one back toward the trail, the other deeper into the trees. The deeper set bothered me. I marked it on my map and kept moving. My job wasn't to track every footprint, but something about the way they cut straight into the rougher terrain, almost purposeful, made me feel watched. The canyon finally came into view as the trail wound downhill. It always looked different depending on the light. That day, the late sun painted it in sharp shadows, the river glinting far below. I stood there for a while listening. Normally, you could hear the water echoing up the walls, but it seemed muted, like the air swallowed sound. That unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I checked my watch. I had about an hour of daylight left before I needed to head back up. That's when I noticed something odd near the edge of the canyon. At first, I thought it was another fire pit, but when I got closer, I realized it was a pile of stones stacked on top of each other. Not natural, not random. Someone had built it. I crouched to look. Beneath the stones was a plastic tarp, weighed down like someone had hidden something under it. My stomach sank. I pushed a few stones off and pulled at the tarp. The smell hit me first, rot, sharp and heavy. I knew that smell too well from other calls I'd been on when we'd found dead animals. Or worse, bodies of hikers who hadn't made it. I peeled the tarp back just enough to see what was inside. It wasn't an animal. The skin was gray and swollen. The shape was human. I stepped back so fast I nearly slipped. My brain went blank for a moment, then filled with a rush of panic. Someone had buried a body here. I didn't touch it again. I didn't need to. I knew the procedure: secure the scene, call it in, don't disturb evidence. But out there, with no radio signal, Miles from the truck, I felt suddenly small and exposed. Whoever had done this might still be close. I forced myself to breathe slow, scanning the trees, the trail behind me, the brush where those footprints had gone earlier. The woods looked the same, but now every shadow felt like it was hiding someone. I wrote down the location in my notebook with shaking hands, then turned back up the trail. I tried not to sprint, but my body wanted to move faster than my boots would allow. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder. The hike back felt 3 times as long. By the time I reached the truck, the last of the light was gone. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and sat there with my heart pounding so hard it hurt. The radio crackled weakly, but I managed to get through to the main station after a few tries. My voice shook as I gave them the coordinates. They told me to stay put until backup arrived. That meant sitting there in the dark, headlights off, windows cracked just enough to hear the forest around me. It was the longest hour of my life. Every snap of a twig outside made me jolt. My brain kept circling back to those deliberate boot prints leading away from the fire ring, heading deeper into the woods. I couldn't stop imagining the person who made them watching me even then, just out of sight. When the other rangers finally arrived with law enforcement, relief washed over me so hard I almost couldn't stand. We went back down together with flashlights and gear. The body was still there, covered the same way I'd found it. They started their work while I stayed on the perimeter, my stomach twisted into knots. I heard one of the investigators say it looked like the body had been there only a few days. That meant whoever did it could still be around. They asked me questions, wrote down my answers, and finally told me to head back up to the station. But even after I left the canyon behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted in the woods. The park had always felt like a place I belonged, somewhere I understood. That night, it felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to whoever had dragged a body out there, hidden it under a tarp, and walked away as if no one would ever find it. I kept thinking about the disturbed soil I'd noticed earlier, the kind of digging that seemed too neat to be animals. How many more places like that were out there? I didn't sleep when I got home. I just lay awake, hearing phantom crunches of footsteps outside my window, the smell of rot stuck in my nose. In the weeks that followed, investigators combed the area. They never told me all the details, but I overheard enough to know the body belonged to a missing person from out of state. Someone no one had expected to be in our park at all. The case stayed open. Rumors swirled among staff. For me, it was different. Every time I hiked those trails after that, every time I saw a boot print in the dirt, I felt that same cold weight in my chest. I kept remembering how easy it had been to stumble across something no one was supposed to find. The park hadn't changed on the surface. The trees were the same. The canyon cut just as deep. But for me, the silence out there was no longer peaceful. It was a reminder that silence covers everything. The wind in the trees, the crash of rocks, and even the sound of someone disappearing into the woods with a tarp and a shovel. I still do my job. I still patrol the trails. But I never forget that day. The memory of pulling those stones away, of the smell hitting me, of realizing the woods weren't empty, that never left. And it never will, because the scariest part wasn't the body. The scariest part was knowing that whoever put it there had walked the same trails I walk. Maybe even watched me as I worked, and they might still be out there, blending into the endless trees. And every time I find a new fire pit or fresh boot prints heading off trail, I wonder if I'm about to stumble onto another secret meant to stay buried. I worked as a park ranger for years, but nothing I had done before prepared me for the summer that almost broke me. I had taken assignments all over the region, moving from park to park depending on staffing shortages or emergencies, but for the most part, the jobs followed the same rhythm. Check the trails, keep visitors safe, respond to emergencies, and make sure nature and people stayed in balance. The park I was transferred to that summer was remote, a rugged stretch of forest and ridgelines where most visitors were either seasoned hikers or folks looking for isolation. It was beautiful, but it was also unforgiving. I arrived in early June when the season was just warming up. The main station was a small wooden building, a mix of office and storage. with a tiny bunk room in the back for rangers on long shifts. My assignment was to monitor one of the less trafficked trail systems that led deep into the backcountry. It was the sort of place that only the most serious hikers and campers went, because once you were in there, you were hours away from any road. The first week was calm. I checked trail markers, cleared fallen branches, logged wildlife sightings, and made sure no one had set up illegal camps. The deeper sections of the forest were quiet in a way that never really felt peaceful, more like they were holding something back. The trees grew so close in certain spots that even in the middle of the day, the sunlight never reached the ground. You could stand on the trail and feel like the whole forest was pressing in on you, the air damp and heavy, as if you weren't supposed to be there at all. The first real call came on a Sunday afternoon. A group of day hikers had gone out in the morning but failed to return by nightfall. They had signed in at the trailhead registry, which at least gave us an idea of their planned route. I went out with another ranger at dawn the next day. The search lasted all day. Around late afternoon, we found them huddled near a creek, cold and shaken but unhurt. They had simply lost the trail and wandered in circles. They swore they kept finding the same landmarks, even though they had tried to follow the stream. That kind of thing wasn't unusual in dense forests. People underestimate how easy it is to get turned around. But what stuck with me was how convinced they were that they had seen the same tree, the same clearing over and over. Their clothes were wet from the creek, and they looked exhausted, as if something had drained the fight out of them. We got them back to safety, and I logged it as just another lost hiker case. But I remember the uneasy feeling I had walking back that evening, as if the forest itself had been playing tricks. The next few weeks followed the same rhythm. Trail checks, reports of black bear sightings, occasional rescues. But the number of missing persons calls began to creep higher than normal. A solo backpacker was reported overdue by his family. A pair of brothers out fishing never checked back in. A couple camping near one of the back lakes left their gear behind but were nowhere to be found. Every time we combed the trails, the ridges, the streams. Sometimes we found traces, boot prints in the mud, a torn strap from a backpack, a circle of stones where someone had tried to start a fire. But more often, we found nothing at all. The disappearances were spread out, no obvious connection between them. Yet they clustered within the same deep section of forest. The deeper you went in, the stranger it felt. One of my responsibilities was to maintain a remote fire tower near the ridgeline. The tower had been decommissioned for active fire spotting years earlier, but it was still structurally sound, and the park used it as a vantage point for weather monitoring. Getting there meant a full-day hike, and most rangers dreaded the assignment because of how isolated it was. I volunteered for it one week in late July. I packed extra supplies, knowing I'd spend a night or two up there, and set out early. The trail leading to the ridge was narrow and rough, littered with loose stones and roots that caught your boots. The air grew colder as I climbed, and by the time I reached the tower, I was drenched in sweat despite the chill. The tower stood tall above the trees, a skeletal wooden structure with a small cabin at the top. From up there, the view stretched for miles. Endless trees, shadowed valleys, distant ridges. It was beautiful, but also crushing in its scale. A person could disappear out there so easily. That night, I stayed inside the cabin. It was simple. Metal cot, small desk, a propane lantern, and a radio. As the darkness settled, I sat by the window, listening to the forest. I could hear owls, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional snap of branches. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard something else. It was faint at first, almost like a voice carried on the wind. I held my breath, listening. It came again, a drawn-out sound that didn't fit with any animal I knew. Not a howl, not a call, but something that carried a rhythm too close to human. I stepped outside onto the narrow balcony that circled the cabin. The forest stretched out below, the canopy swaying in the dark. I could see no movement, no lights, nothing to suggest another person was out there. But the sound came again, distant, and then stopped. I stood there for what felt like an hour, staring into the black trees until the silence pressed too hard against my ears. I went back inside, locked the door, and lay on the cot fully dressed. Sleep came in short, jagged pieces. The next morning I told myself it must have been the wind or an animal I couldn't place. But the unease didn't lift. I checked the instruments, logged the weather data, and started the long hike back. Along the way, I noticed something strange. About a mile from the tower, I found a tree with deep gouges in the bark, spaced high above the ground. At first I thought it was a bear marking territory, but the scratches were too deliberate, almost patterned, not the chaotic rakes of claws. I noted it, but kept moving. By August, the missing persons list had grown. Search teams brought in dogs, drones, even helicopters, but results were slim. A few families got closure when bodies were eventually found, sometimes in ravines or drowned in creeks, but more often the trails ended cold. Some of the families grew angry, accusing the park of covering something up. But the truth was we didn't know what was happening. One afternoon, I was sent to investigate reports of a foul smell along one of the lesser-used trails near a marshy lowland. I hiked out with a heavy pack, moving slowly in the thick, humid air. The smell hit me before I even reached the marsh. It was the unmistakable stench of decay, thick and sour, clinging to the back of my throat. I followed it off the trail, pushing through brush until I found the source. A deer carcass lay half submerged in the mud, but it wasn't like any deer kill I'd seen before. The body was twisted, the legs bent at impossible angles, the head missing entirely. There were no clean signs of predation, no bite marks, no torn flesh. It was as if the animal had been violently broken apart and then left to rot. I radioed it in, snapped photos for the wildlife log, and got out of there fast. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd seen plenty of animal remains over the years, but something about that carcass disturbed me deeply. The way it had been mangled didn't match any natural cause. I told myself it could have been poachers, maybe using traps, but deep down, I didn't believe it. In early September, the park decided to restrict access to several trails due to safety concerns. Too many disappearances, too much unexplained activity. We put up barricades and warning signs, though I knew from experience that some hikers ignored them. My patrols became focused on keeping people out of closed areas, though I often had to go in myself to check for trespassers. One evening, while checking a trailhead near the restricted zone, I noticed a single car parked in the lot. It was dusty, clearly left there for several days. The logbook showed no sign-in from the driver. I notified dispatch and hiked in. The trail was overgrown and silent. No bird calls, no wind, just stillness. A few miles in, I found a campsite. The fire ring was cold, the tent collapsed, gear scattered. It looked abandoned in a hurry. There were boot prints leading deeper into the woods, so I followed them. The prints grew erratic, veering off the trail, circling back, then splitting apart. It was like whoever made them had been moving in confusion or panic. I followed as far as I could until the ground grew too rocky to track. The silence pressed down harder the further I went. At one point, I stopped to drink from my canteen and realized I could hear my own heartbeat. No wind, no insects, no sound at all. I don't know why, but it felt wrong in a way I can't explain, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I returned to the campsite, logged the details, and marked it for a full search team. When they went out the next morning, they found nothing beyond what I had already seen. The hiker was never recovered. By the time fall rolled around, I was exhausted. I had spent months chasing shadows, logging disappearances, finding broken remains of animals, hearing things at night that I couldn't explain. I wasn't sleeping well, and I had developed a habit of jumping at small noises. The forest felt hostile in a way I had never experienced before. The final incident that pushed me out happened in late October. I was assigned a solo overnight in the backcountry to check for signs of illegal hunting. The air was shh. I started that morning the same way I always did, half asleep in the ranger station before sunrise with the smell of burnt coffee drifting through the air. The station was an old wooden structure built decades ago, and it creaked when the wind pushed against the siding. My shift had me covering a large stretch of wilderness that most visitors rarely touched, a long backcountry zone with dense pine, ridges, and valleys where trails disappeared if you didn't pay close attention. I always felt both pride and unease heading into that section. It was the kind of place where silence pressed on you. and the only reminders of life were deer prints in mud, claw marks on tree trunks, or the sound of a raven's wings cutting through the air. I strapped on my gear, checked my pack twice, and logged my day's route into the clipboard by the door. Regulations said we had to write out every intended trail, every mile marker, so if something happened, they'd know where to start looking. I'd gotten used to it, though the thought always settled in the back of my head that the log was less for paperwork and more for recovery operations. I had seen enough missing person cases out here to understand how easily people vanished into the trees. By the time I got the truck rolling, dawn was breaking. The gravel roads leading out to my sector wound through endless stands of lodgepole pine and Douglas fir. Dust rose behind the tires, and rabbits darted across the road before the bumper reached them. I killed the engine at the last turnout, shouldered my pack, and started along the trail that faded into the hills. The air smelled like wet bark and old moss. A storm had moved through the night before, leaving everything slick. My task that day was routine: hike a 10-mile loop to check remote campsites, make sure bear boxes were secure, and inspect a few trail markers that hikers had reported as missing. It wasn't unusual. Still, I felt a weight on me I couldn't explain. Sometimes that happened before a long day alone in the backcountry. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sense of being very small compared to the miles of forest around me. The first few hours passed normally. I checked 2 campsites, one with an abandoned fire ring that still had half-burnt wood in it. I spread the ashes, packed away stray food wrappers, and made notes to file a violation report later. The quiet out there was almost total. Even the sound of wind seemed muffled, swallowed up by the trees. I had always told myself that silence could play tricks, but every so often I thought I caught faint noises in the distance. Not voices, not even animals, just faint movements like something was trailing me out of sight. I shook it off, adjusted my pack, and pressed deeper. Around midday I reached the ridge line where the trail narrowed. To one side was a steep slope of loose rock, and to the other a thick wall of fir trees. I walked carefully, using my trekking pole to test each step. Halfway across, I stopped dead. Below the ridge, about 50 yards down, I spotted something in the brush. At first I thought it was a tent, a shape of faded nylon, half collapsed. I climbed down carefully, grabbing roots and rocks until I was standing over it. It wasn't a tent. It was a tarp, stretched across some branches, forming a crude shelter. Beneath it lay a pile of old clothing, a sleeping bag blackened with mold, and food wrappers scattered everywhere. Whoever had been here left in a hurry, or else they didn't care to pack. The strange part was how old it all looked. The wrappers were sun-bleached, the fabric torn by weather, yet there was a half-empty can of beans that looked recent, maybe only weeks old. The smell of rot clung to the place, sharp and sour. I wrote notes, took photos with the station camera, and then something caught my eye further back in the trees. Another shelter, even rougher. Just branches leaned against a trunk. Inside were bones. Deer bones, mostly, cracked open. A few small ones I couldn't immediately place. My stomach turned as I knelt to study them. Some had been cut clean, not by teeth. It wasn't illegal to camp off trail, but it was illegal to squat in the park for long-term stays. Over the years, we'd found drifters and hermits hiding out in the backcountry. Some were harmless, others unpredictable. I started to suspect I'd stumbled across one of those situations. I tightened my pack straps and made myself move on, but the sense of being watched returned, stronger this time. Every time I stopped, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as though something else had frozen too. 2 miles later, I reached the farthest campsite on my loop, one hardly anyone used because of its isolation. The fire pit was half buried in pine needles, the bear box dented but still locked. I signed the log sheet in the box, proof I'd checked it. When I stood again, I saw something scratched into the metal surface. Deep gouges forming crude letters. I leaned close. It said, "Stay out." The marks weren't old. Fresh shavings of metal curled where the blade had dug. I felt the muscles in my shoulders tighten. Someone didn't want me here. I looked around at the trees, scanning the edges for movement. Nothing, only stillness. I kept moving, but my pace quickened. I decided to cut the loop short, skipping the final spur trail, heading back toward the truck. I couldn't shake the thought that whoever made those shelters might still be nearby. I forced myself to stay calm. I told myself I'd report everything once I was out. That was the job. The trail wound down through a low valley where the light barely reached the ground. My boots sank into soft moss and mud. It was here I found the third sign. A rope tied high in a tree, frayed at the ends, hanging loose like it had been cut. Below it was a circle of scorched earth, not a fire pit, just a blackened patch as if something had burned there uncontrolled. The air smelled faintly of smoke even though last night's rain should have washed it clean. I wanted to photograph it, but my hands shook. I kept glancing over my shoulder, every rustle making my heart jolt. For the first time in years, I wished I wasn't alone on patrol. I covered another mile before the feeling became undeniable. Someone was following me. The crunch of branches came after mine, faint but steady. I stopped suddenly, and the sound stopped too. I started again, faster this time, and so did it. Not an animal. Animal scatter. This was deliberate. Sweat stung my eyes, though the air was cold. My mind began racing through options. I had a radio, but the signal in this valley was unreliable. My sidearm was holstered on my hip, but I prayed I wouldn't have to reach for it. I just needed to get back to the truck. At one point, I veered off trail, circling back to see if I could catch whoever it was. I crouched behind a log and waited. Minutes dragged. The forest was dead quiet, except for my own breathing. Then I saw it, a shadow slipping between the trees. Tall, thin, moving with deliberate slowness. No color, no details, just a figure half concealed by branches. My chest clenched. I rose and forced myself back onto the trail, pushing hard. My legs ached, lungs burning, but I didn't stop. The footsteps trailed me the entire way. Not rushing, just keeping pace, as if whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. By the time I reached the ridge again, the light was fading. Clouds rolled in, turning the sky gray. I could almost smell the gravel lot where my truck sat. Relief was close, but as I rounded the last bend, I froze. On the ground ahead lay a backpack. My backpack, identical in color and brand, same straps, same patches, but mine was still on my shoulders. This one was ripped open, stuffing spilling out. Food wrappers, clothing, even a Ranger's Field logbook just like the one in my pocket. I bent to look closer, and my blood ran cold. The logbook had a name scrawled across the inside cover. It was mine. I staggered back, heart hammering. Someone had duplicated my gear, left it here like a message. Or worse, it was gear stolen from me during some moment I couldn't recall. My hands shook as I flipped through the logbook. The last entry was dated today, with my name written, the same route I had logged at the station. I dropped it like it was poison. My chest tightened as I realized what it meant. Whoever was following me had been inside the station. They knew my route. They wanted me to find this. I didn't run. I couldn't risk slipping on the wet ground, but I moved as fast as I dared. Every step felt like I was being herded, guided. When I finally broke out of the trees, the lot came into view. My truck was there, but something was wrong. The driver's door was wide open. I slowed, stomach twisting. I approached carefully, checking the cab. My pack of supplies on the passenger seat had been slashed open, the contents gone. The ignition key was missing. On the dashboard, scratched deep into the plastic with a blade, were the same words I had seen on the bear box. Stay out. The forest behind me went silent again. I didn't turn to look. I couldn't. I just knew I had to move. My only option was the service road 10 miles downhill to the ranger outpost on foot. I strapped my pack tighter and started jogging, my eyes darting to every shadow. The sound followed. Not close enough to see, but close enough I couldn't doubt it. A steady presence, unhurried, patient. Whoever it was had studied me, learned my patterns, copied my belongings. And now they were driving me out step by step. By the time I stumbled into the outpost, lungs burning and legs shaking, night had fully settled. I became a park ranger because I wanted a quiet life close to the woods. I had grown up hiking with my father and fishing on quiet lakes that always felt endless when the morning fog rolled across them. The job seemed simple at first, almost peaceful. Patrols, keeping an eye on campers, checking trails, monitoring wildlife, reporting hazards. Those were the duties I had signed up for. What I had not signed up for, or maybe what I had ignored, was the reality that the woods do not care about people. The woods are dangerous, and sometimes people themselves make them worse. I was stationed in a remote region where the nearest town was 40 miles away, and the road leading there was narrow and winding. The station where I stayed was little more than a cabin built against the base of a slope, with a radio tower beside it. My days began early, usually before dawn, with a sweep through some of the longer trails. It wasn't unusual for me to go several days without seeing another ranger, and in winter, weeks could pass without real human contact. That solitude was something I thought I wanted. It was only after time passed that I learned how easily quiet can turn into unease. This particular story started in late September, when the air carried that sharp bite of cold in the mornings, but the days still held the heat of summer. The leaves had just started to shift into their autumn colors, and that made the hills blaze red and orange when the sun hit them. It was the kind of season people came to photograph. Hikers were common then, as were hunters scouting early. The wildlife was restless, too. Bears grew bold near campgrounds, deer moved in herds, and smaller predators like coyotes and bobcats became more noticeable. I had been assigned a week of overnight patrols covering several trails that connected across the North Ridge. The area was known for being difficult, with sharp switchbacks and cliffs hidden by brush. Hikers frequently underestimated how quickly the weather turned up there. Clouds could roll in from nowhere, and fog swallowed entire paths. My job was to check for stranded campers or signs of illegal camps, since people occasionally came out there to poach or grow. On the third night of patrols, I set out with a full pack, my flashlight, and a map marked with the most common detours people took when they got lost. The trail was narrow and cut along the edge of a ravine for nearly a mile before it sloped into a basin. I had walked it a dozen times in daylight, but rarely in full darkness. The air that night was still, almost too still, and the crunch of gravel under my boots sounded louder than usual. I reached a fork near the ridge and found something odd right away. In the dirt at the junction, clear boot prints pointed off onto the unmarked slope. They were recent, sharp around the edges, and they were not ranger-issued boots. That caught my attention because hikers weren't supposed to use that route. It led into unstable ground and wasn't maintained. I crouched down and traced the print with my glove, noticing how the soil around it was still slightly damp, meaning it couldn't have been more than a few hours old. Whoever had gone that way, they had gone recently. I followed. Protocol told me to check for illegal camping or hunting activity. The path was steep and overgrown, thorny vines pulling at my sleeves as I pushed through. Every so often I'd catch another boot mark, always headed uphill. I moved slowly, listening for any sound that didn't belong to the woods. It was hard to shake the thought that someone was moving just ahead of me, maybe hearing me and slipping further away. After about 20 minutes of climbing, I found something that made me stop cold. In a small clearing, half hidden under branches, was the remains of a campsite. It wasn't old. The ashes of the fire pit were still faintly warm under my glove, and there was an empty food wrapper caught in the grass. What unsettled me wasn't just the freshness, but the condition of the site. Whoever camped there had left in a rush. A small folding chair lay tipped over, a half-full water bottle sat uncapped, and a sleeping bag was crumpled in the dirt. It didn't feel abandoned in the normal way. It felt like someone had been there 1 minute and vanished the next. I swept my light around the clearing and noticed something else. Drag marks. The soil near the edge of the clearing was disturbed, like something heavy had been pulled. The marks led into the undergrowth and down toward the ravine. My first thought was that a bear had come through and scared off whoever was camping, but I saw no claw marks, no torn food bags, none of the signs I usually found after bear activity. The drag looked deliberate, steady, not frantic. I debated whether to radio in, but decided to follow the marks first. The undergrowth thickened, and I had to push branches aside to keep the trail in sight. I moved carefully, flashlight beam darting across the ground. After a few minutes, the marks ended at a large boulder. I walked around it, expecting the trail to continue, but there was nothing. Just silence. That was when I noticed the smell. A faint metallic tang, sharp in the cold air. Blood. I turned my light toward the base of the boulder, and my stomach tightened. There, half hidden by leaves, was a smear of dried red streaking down the rock. Not fresh, maybe a day or two old. I stood frozen for a long time, every sound of the woods pressing in. There was no body, no clear sign of what had happened, but something bad had occurred there. I pulled out my radio and tried to raise the station, but all I got was static. The ridge had always been known for poor reception, and I cursed myself for not reporting earlier. I decided I couldn't linger. I marked the spot with orange tape from my pack and turned back toward the main trail. My pace quickened as the dark seemed to press heavier. Every crunch of my boots sounded like someone following just behind. I kept checking over my shoulder, but the woods stayed still. When I reached the main trail again, I felt a brief wave of relief. But it didn't last. Further along, maybe another half mile, I found a second campsite. This one was older, but not by much. The fire pit was scattered, gear was shredded, and a torn backpack lay against a tree. Inside the backpack were a few supplies, a flashlight, some trail mix, a folded map stained with water, but no ID. Again, there was no sign of the camper themselves. At this point, my unease turned into something heavier. One abandoned site could be explained. Two, close together, both with signs of sudden departure, was different. It suggested a pattern. I didn't like what that implied. I pushed on, planning to reach a ranger outpost 2 miles ahead, where I could use the stronger radio. But the trail seemed longer than usual. The trees crowded closer, and the dark thickened. I began to notice faint noises, branches snapping, a rustle in the brush, that stopped whenever I paused to listen. The sense of being watched grew unbearable. When I finally saw the outline of the outpost cabin through the trees, it looked wrong. The door was ajar, swaying slightly. The window beside it was broken. I approached cautiously, hand on my flashlight like it was a weapon. Inside the cabin was wrecked. Chairs overturned, papers scattered, the radio smashed to pieces on the floor. And in the corner, on the wood planks, another dark smear of blood. My chest tightened. Whatever had been happening in those woods wasn't just stray campers or animals. Someone had been out there, moving between sites, and the damage was deliberate. It was human. That realization chilled me more than anything. Animals act on instinct. People act on intent. I stayed in the cabin only long enough to gather myself. The outpost was useless without a working radio. My only option was to keep moving toward the southern road where I could reach my truck. That meant another 5 miles through the woods. The trek felt endless. My legs burned and every shadow looked alive. Twice I thought I heard footsteps behind me, steady and matching my pace, but when I stopped, silence returned. I tried to convince myself it was just nerves, but deep down I didn't believe that. By the time I reached the trailhead near the road, dawn was breaking. The first light revealed just how ragged I had become. Mud up my legs, scratches across my hands, breath coming in harsh bursts. My truck sat where I had left it, untouched. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat for a long time staring at the woods. Later, when I returned with law enforcement, we combed the ridge. The campsites were still there. The blood on the boulder was confirmed as human, but no bodies were found and no suspects. Over the next few weeks, missing persons reports trickled in, solo hikers, hunters, a camper who had checked in but never checked out. Their belongings matched what I had seen. The official reports filed it under unresolved disappearances. Patrols in that sector doubled, and eventually the trails were closed to the public. But I still think about those drag marks, the broken outpost, the feeling of being followed. I think about how quiet the woods can be when someone knows how to move through them. What scared me most wasn't the blood or the campsites. It was the realization that whoever was responsible was still out there, using those woods the same way I used them, knowing the trails as well as I did, maybe better. And the silence that once felt peaceful now feels like cover for something I'll never see until it's too late. Even now, years later, I avoid that ridge. I never hike alone anymore. I have worked as a park ranger for many years, and I have seen my share of things most people would never believe. Some of them were good, like the quiet mornings when the sun cut through the trees and the fog drifted low over the grass. Some of them were bad, like the broken bodies from accidents that no one could stop. But there are a few moments that changed how I see the woods, how I see my own job, and how I even see myself. What I'm about to write down is one of those moments. I'll tell it as it happened, exactly as I remember it, without adding anything extra to make it sound better. It doesn't need it. It was late September, the time of year when the heat of summer is finally giving up, but the chill of winter hasn't taken hold yet. The air was cool, the mornings carried that sharp bite, but the afternoons were warm enough that the bugs still clung on in the shaded parts of the forest. Leaves were starting to turn in patches, some gold, some red, but most of the woods still looked green and thick. I was assigned to patrol one of the larger, more remote areas of the park that day. It was a section of old-growth forest that didn't get many visitors. The trails out there were long and rough, and most tourists stayed closer to the easier paths or the campsites. My patrol was mostly about checking for signs of illegal hunting, abandoned camps, or fire hazards. We'd had a dry summer, and there was always the fear that one careless match could set the whole place off. I had my pack, radio, map, and the other usual gear. My route was supposed to take me through a trail that looped around a ridge and dropped down into a small valley where a creek ran. On the map, the creek twisted like a snake, shallow and rocky, but in real life it was a solid landmark. If you followed it long enough, it would carry you back out toward one of the service roads. The plan was to check some remote campsites, make notes on fallen trees or erosion damage, and be back at the ranger station before dark. It sounded simple, the kind of day I'd had dozens of times before. The first few hours passed without much to note. I walked the trail, scanning for footprints, trash, or fire rings. I saw deer prints, raccoon tracks, and a few older boot marks, but nothing fresh. There was one spot where someone had stacked some rocks into a little tower off the trail. It wasn't uncommon, hikers liked leaving those, but it always annoyed me a little because people didn't realize they were moving parts of the ecosystem around for no reason. I knocked it down with my boot and kept walking. By noon I was deep into the ridge section. The trail there narrowed, weaving through boulders and thick clusters of pines. The light dimmed under the canopy, and everything felt a little cooler, the air still and heavy. I ate a quick lunch sitting on a log, listening to nothing but the faint rustle of leaves high above me. Out there, silence could feel heavier than noise. After lunch, I moved downhill toward the valley. The terrain was rougher than I remembered. The map showed the trail clearly, but on the ground, parts of it were eaten away by washouts. I had to climb over a few downed trees and reroute around a slope where a small landslide had cut across. It wasn't unusual, but it slowed me down. It was during this stretch that I started noticing something odd. At first it was just a sound, short, sharp cracks like twigs snapping underfoot. I stopped and listened, thinking maybe it was a deer moving through the underbrush. But the sound came again from a different angle. I stood still for a long minute, eyes sweeping the trees, but saw nothing. Eventually I told myself it was just the forest doing what forests do, branches falling, animals moving unseen. I walked on, but then I found something stranger. In a small clearing off the trail, the ground was torn up. At first I thought it was a bear digging for roots or insects. But when I crouched down, I saw the marks were too straight, too sharp. The soil was cut into by something like a tool, a shovel maybe. Several spots of earth had been dug up, shallow pits left open. Some were only a few feet across, maybe 2 feet deep. Others were smaller, like someone had started to dig and stopped halfway. There were no plants piled nearby, no clear reason for the digging. I felt a wave of unease. People weren't supposed to be out here digging up the ground. If it was hunters hiding traps, it was illegal. If it was someone burying trash, it was also illegal. But the randomness of the pits made no sense. They weren't in a line. They weren't organized. They were just scattered around like someone had been trying and failing at something. I made notes in my logbook, sketched the layout, and kept moving. I told myself I'd report it when I got back. Another hour passed, and I reached the creek in the valley. The water was low, trickling over smooth stones, and the banks were soft and muddy in places. I followed it downstream for a while, checking for tracks. That was when I found the first set of boot prints. They were fresh. I could see the tread pattern clearly in the mud, sharp edges not yet rounded by rain or wind. They led along the bank and then disappeared into the trees. Fresh tracks meant someone was out here, maybe even nearby. That wasn't unusual, but combined with the dug-up clearing, it put me on edge. I followed them a little way into the woods, careful not to lose my own sense of direction. The prints moved through the undergrowth, weaving oddly, as if the person wasn't following a trail but cutting a random path. I didn't follow too far. It's a rule of mine. Never get so caught up in a lead that you lose track of your position. I marked the location on my map, took a photo with my work camera, and went back to the creek. The rest of the afternoon grew heavier. The sky clouded over, dimming the light in the forest. My pace slowed as the trail twisted farther, and I kept checking the time, calculating how long it would take me to loop back. That was when I came across the second clearing. This one was deeper into the woods, maybe a half-mile from the creek. I only found it because I noticed another set of tracks leading off the trail. I followed them, and they took me straight there. The clearing was wrong in a way I can't fully explain. It was bigger than the first, almost a perfect circle where no trees grew, just bare dirt and stumps. At the center was a large pit, freshly dug, maybe 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. The soil piled at the edge told me it had been done recently, maybe within a day or two. My stomach tightened as I realized what it looked like. A grave. I stood there staring at it, my radio heavy on my belt, my hand hovering near it. I knew I should call it in. I should mark the spot and let law enforcement handle it. But before I could move, I noticed something else. On the far side of the clearing, near the trees, there was gear. A small pile of it, partly hidden in the brush. I walked closer, cautious, and saw a torn backpack, a dirty jacket, and a few tools. A shovel lay across the pack, the metal blade still stained with wet soil. The unease I had been feeling all day turned into something sharper. This wasn't just random digging. Someone had been working here. Someone had been digging pits, and this one looked like it had a purpose. I pulled out my camera again, snapping photos quickly. Then I backed away, forcing myself not to turn and run. My head was buzzing with possibilities. Was this a poacher burying animals? A camper hiding trash? Or was it something worse? As I made my way back toward the trail, I heard it again, the sharp crack of a branch snapping. This time it was close, too close. My pulse jumped. I scanned the trees, every shadow looking like it might hold a figure, but I saw nothing. The forest went quiet again, so quiet it made my ears ring. I didn't linger. I pushed back to the trail and started toward the service road, moving fast but trying not to look like I was fleeing. Every step felt watched. Every gust of wind felt like breath on my neck. By the time I reached the road, dusk was falling. I walked the final mile back to my truck with my radio in hand, ready to call. When I finally climbed inside and locked the doors, the relief hit me so hard I had to sit there for a minute before driving. That night, I filed my report, turned in the photos, and told my supervisor what I had found. He listened quietly, then said we'd hand it over to law enforcement. I asked if I should go back the next day, but he shook his head. It wasn't our job anymore. The investigators went out the following morning. When they came back, they told us the pit was empty. No body, no bones, nothing but dirt. The gear was still there, but it was old and weather-worn, not as fresh as I had thought in the dim light. They said it looked like someone had been squatting in the forest, maybe digging for scrap metal, maybe looking for old stashes from hunters or campers. Nothing criminal, nothing worth chasing, but I knew what I had seen. The soil on that shovel was wet. The prints in the mud were fresh. Someone had been out there. Someone had been digging holes all through the forest, and the one I saw was shaped too much like a grave to be an accident. I still patrol those woods sometimes. I avoid that valley if I can, but sometimes my roots take me close. When I do, I always watch the tree line. I listen for those sharp snaps of breaking branches, and sometimes I find new pits, always fresh, always waiting. I had been working as a park ranger for just over 3 years when the incident happened that I still think about every night before I close my eyes. The park I worked in was large. covering miles of mixed forest, valleys, rocky ridges, and several lakes that pulled in campers, hunters, hikers, and the occasional backcountry thrill seeker who wanted to disappear off the grid for a while. Most of my job was routine: patrol trails, check permits, clean up messes people left behind, deal with reports of bears sniffing around campsites, and keep an eye out for anything suspicious. But the part of the job that people don't realize is how often we are alone, deep in the woods, with miles between us and anyone else. That kind of isolation does things to your head if you aren't used to it. You hear things differently, you notice details most people overlook, and sometimes you end up stumbling onto things you wish you never had. It was late August when I got assigned a solo patrol of the North Ridge section. That part of the park didn't see many visitors because it was harder to access. The trails were steeper, the brush was thicker, and it was a good 2-hour hike in from the nearest service road. We only went up there when someone reported something, or if it had been too long since anyone checked on the area. The main reason I was sent that day was because one of the fire watch towers on the ridge had logged smoke sightings several nights in a row. It wasn't the controlled burn season, and no permits had been issued for campfires in that section. The assumption was that it was just a stubborn backpacker ignoring the rules, but my supervisor wanted eyes on it before anything worse happened. My orders were simple: hike in, check for signs of illegal fires, clear out any trespassers, and log everything. I set out in the morning with a full pack: extra water, food, first aid kit, a trail map, radio, flashlight, and the usual gear. The air was humid but cool, the sky pale and overcast in a way that made the forest seem darker than usual. As I made my way in, I kept scanning the ground for prints or signs of activity. It didn't take long before I found a narrow path cutting away from the marked trail, trampled down enough that it was obvious someone had been using it. That wasn't unusual by itself. People made unofficial trails all the time, but the timing lined up with the smoke reports. I marked the spot on my map and followed it. The further I went down the unofficial path, the less natural it felt. Branches had been cut with blades instead of broken naturally, and the ground showed not just footprints but drag marks, like someone had been hauling gear or supplies back and forth. It led me deep into the trees until the faint smell of char hit my nose. I slowed down, moving carefully, and soon I came across the first fire ring. It was nothing more than a circle of rocks with blackened wood inside, still warm but not hot. Whoever had been there had left not long before I arrived. Around the site were beer cans, food wrappers, and a torn sleeping bag stuffed under a log. I logged it, took some photos, and was about to head back when I noticed something else: a second trail leading away from the fire pit, even deeper into the woods. I hesitated. Technically, I had done my job. I had proof of illegal fires, proof of camping without a permit, and I could leave it at that. But curiosity, or maybe duty, pulled me forward. If someone had set up a more permanent site back there, I needed to know. So I followed. That trail was worse. Thick branches overhead blocked out most of the light, and the ground grew marshy in places. I walked for maybe half an hour, weaving through brush, until I noticed the forest go quiet. Birds had been chirping all morning, but here the air was heavy and still. The silence was unnatural, the kind that made you aware of your own breathing. I tightened the grip on my radio and kept moving until the trail opened into a small clearing. What I saw there froze me. In the middle of the clearing was a structure. It wasn't a cabin, but it wasn't just a tent either. Someone had built a crude shack out of wood, tarps, and sheets of corrugated metal. Smoke stains blackened one side, like they had been cooking inside. Piles of trash and gear were scattered around. Buckets, rope, broken coolers, and a stack of old clothing. The smell of rot hung in the air, thick enough to make my stomach clench. It wasn't just garbage. Something else was there. I circled carefully, trying to see without stepping too close. Against one wall of the shack, half buried in leaves, was a mound. At first I thought it was just a pile of trash, but then I saw the shape of a shoe sticking out. My chest tightened. I crouched down, brushed away the leaves, and froze again. It was a human foot, bloated and pale. The rest of the body was there too, partially covered. Whoever this was, they hadn't been dead for long. The skin was swollen, flies buzzing, but it hadn't reached the stage of decay where the smell carries for miles. That meant this had happened recently. Very recently. My first instinct was to radio it in, but when I brought the radio up, all I got was static. The ridge must have been blocking the signal. I backed away from the mound, scanning the shack, and noticed more. Carved into one of the wooden panels was a series of lines, scratches in groups of 5, like someone had been tallying days. Dozens of them. Next to it were stains that looked dark brown against the wood, maybe old blood. Inside the shack I could see a mattress, stained and sagging, along with plastic tubs full of God knows what. I didn't go inside. Something in me screamed not to. I turned to leave, planning to retrace my steps, get back to the service road, and call for backup. But then I heard it. A faint rustle from deeper in the woods, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, heavy. My body went rigid. Whoever had been living here was still around. And I had just stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. I crouched low, heart slamming in my chest, and scanned the tree line. The footsteps grew closer, crunching through leaves, breaking twigs. I couldn't see them yet, but they were moving steadily toward the clearing. I knew I couldn't outrun anyone in this terrain without making noise, and I couldn't risk leading them back toward the main trails where visitors might be. My only option was to move quietly and put as much distance between me and that clearing as possible. I slid into the brush, belly close to the ground, and crawled until I was far enough to stand and move crouched. The footsteps entered the clearing behind me, and I heard something heavy drop, like a sack hitting the ground. Then silence. My blood ran cold. They were probably checking their shack, maybe the mound, maybe the tally marks. And eventually they'd notice things were disturbed. I forced myself to keep moving, every step careful, every branch avoided. I didn't breathe properly until I was back on the main marked trail nearly an hour later. Even then I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was following. By the time I reached the service road, my shirt was soaked with sweat and my legs were shaking. I drove straight to headquarters, filed the report, and within an hour we had a team heading back out with law enforcement. When they reached the shack, it was empty. The mound was still there, but the body had been moved. The tally marks were still carved into the wall, the trash still scattered, but whoever had been there was gone. Not a trace of the person I had heard walking into the clearing. No footprints, no gear, nothing. Just silence. Over the following weeks, investigations turned up little. The coroner couldn't identify the body because it had been dragged off before law enforcement got to it. Search dogs caught faint scents that led nowhere. Whoever had been out there knew the terrain too well, knew how to vanish when attention arrived. Rumors spread among rangers, whispers about hermits, fugitives, or worse, but nothing concrete ever surfaced. For me, the scariest part wasn't what I saw. It was what I heard. Those slow, deliberate footsteps coming toward the clearing, knowing that if I had waited a few seconds longer, I would have come face to face with whoever built that shack and kept tally of the days. The thought still makes my stomach twist because I wasn't armed beyond a can of bear spray. If they had found me there, kneeling over that mound, I don't think I'd be here writing this. I still patrol that park, though I avoid the North Ridge whenever I can. The shack is gone now, demolished and burned after the investigation. But sometimes when I'm deep in the woods and the birds go quiet, I remember the silence of that clearing. And I can almost hear those footsteps again, steady and patient, closing in behind me. I took the ranger job years ago because I loved the quiet. I thought I would spend most of my time walking trails, clearing trash, helping lost hikers, and keeping watch on fires. I thought the danger would be storms, wild animals, or people slipping on wet rocks. That was all true, but I learned quickly that the real danger was people themselves. And sometimes the quiet woods held things far worse than I expected. The park I worked in wasn't one of the famous ones with postcards and busloads of tourists. It was a big spread of mountains, valleys, and thick forest. People came to hike, camp, or fish, but it was nothing like Yellowstone or Yosemite. That made it easier to patrol because it wasn't always packed. At the same time, it meant fewer eyes, fewer witnesses, and fewer people around if something went bad. One summer, I got assigned to a remote sector that hardly anyone wanted. It stretched out for miles past the old fire road, and ran up into a mess of ridges and valleys that most visitors never bothered to see. The trails there were rougher, less marked, and not as safe. I didn't mind it at first because I liked the long hikes and the silence. But as the weeks went on, I noticed little things that sat wrong with me. At first it was small. A cooler left deep in the woods with rotting meat still inside. Old beer cans stacked neatly in a circle like someone was marking something. Trees with bark stripped down in tall vertical lines as if somebody had been sharpening a blade. A campsite fire ring with fresh ashes, but no sign of anyone camping there. Those things by themselves were odd, but not enough to make me nervous. I thought maybe hunters were coming in without permits or some kids sneaking off to drink. Then, as I made my rounds deeper and deeper into the ridges, I began to see stranger things. One time I found 3 dead rabbits strung up by their legs from a low branch. They weren't skinned, just hanging there stiff in the sun. Another time I found boot tracks leading off trail into the thick brush where no normal hiker would go. The tracks were heavy, pressed deep into the soil, and they went on for hundreds of feet before disappearing into rocky ground. I followed as far as I could, but the land swallowed them. That part of the park had an old service cabin we rarely used anymore. It sat by a narrow creek with the roof sagging on one side and shutters hanging loose. I decided to use it as a base when I was too far from the truck to make it back before dark. It wasn't much, just a single room, a cot, and a wood stove, but it beat sleeping outside. The first time I stayed there overnight, I felt the unease crawl in. The night was quiet, too quiet. Usually in the woods you hear owls, bugs, wind in the trees. That night I heard nothing. Just silence so thick I felt it pressing in my ears. Around midnight I caught the sound of something moving in the brush behind the cabin. Slow steps, not the quick scamper of a raccoon or deer, but steady, heavy. I sat up on the cot and waited. The steps stopped after a while, and I told myself it was just an elk. But when I checked the ground in the morning, I found a single boot print in the mud near the door. I started carrying a small notepad and writing down every strange thing I found. The pages filled quickly. Half-burned clothes in a pit, a dead dog left on a rock, strange wooden shapes tied with rope and nailed to trees. The deeper I went, the more I felt like someone else was out there all the time, moving just ahead of me or just behind me, leaving things where they knew I would see them. My supervisor brushed it off when I tried to mention it during a weekly check-in. He said hunters left messes, kids got weird in the woods, and animals dragged stuff around. I didn't push it because I knew how it would sound if I insisted, but I knew in my gut it wasn't just random trash. One late afternoon I was checking a stretch of ridge trail when I saw smoke curling up from a hollow far below. It wasn't a campfire in a ring, it was too big, black smoke twisting through the trees. I hiked down fast, sliding on loose dirt and rocks. When I got close I smelled something sour and sweet, like burnt plastic mixed with rot. I came around a thicket and saw a pit fire with chunks of meat sizzling over the flames. The meat wasn't deer or fish. It was larger, shaped wrong. On the side of the pit was a backpack torn open with clothes half burned. I felt the hair on my neck rise. I knew I shouldn't be there alone. I backed out quiet, trying not to snap a twig. The whole way back to the ridge I felt eyes on me. I didn't stop moving until I reached the truck. That night I didn't sleep. My head was full of what I'd seen. I wanted to tell someone, but I kept thinking of how it would sound. I didn't have proof, not enough. Just a burned pack and a pit fire that might already be gone if anyone else went to check. The following week, hikers reported strange noises at night near the far valley. Some said they heard what sounded like screaming. Others said metallic clanging like tools in the dark. One group swore they saw a tall figure standing at the edge of their campsite, watching before slipping away without a sound. I went out to investigate. I followed the valley trail down to the campsites and stayed until dark. Around midnight I heard it myself, metallic bangs like steel hitting stone. The sound carried across the trees. I hiked toward it slowly, careful with my flashlight, only flicking it on in quick bursts. Every time I stopped, the sound stopped too. When I moved again, it picked up. It was like something knew I was coming and was waiting. After an hour of this, the sounds cut off entirely. I stood in the middle of the trail, heart pounding, sweat running cold on my back, even though the night air was chilly. I turned to head back, and that's when I caught the faint glint of metal deep in the brush. I raised the light for just a second and saw the blade of an axe resting against a tree trunk. Fresh mud on the handle. No one in sight. That was the turning point for me. I knew there was someone out there living in that stretch of forest, not a camper, not a hunter, but someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who liked being seen just enough to keep me on edge. I doubled my patrols, logging every detail, but it didn't matter. The more I looked, the more signs I found. Tree trunks carved with strange patterns, piles of animal bones stacked in neat towers, branches woven together to block off side trails. It was like the forest itself was being changed piece by whoever lived out there. One morning in late August, a call came through about a missing hiker. A young man had gone off trail near the ridges and never came back. I joined the search, combing the valleys with volunteers and other rangers. For 2 days we found nothing but broken brush and a torn sleeve caught on thorns. On the third day, far back in the hollow, we found his boot. Just one, with the laces cut clean, lying beside a pile of stones. We never found the rest of him. The search was eventually called off, and the case went down as unresolved. But I couldn't shake the thought that I had already seen the truth weeks before, in that fire pit with the strange meat. After that, I stopped sleeping at the old cabin. I avoided it whenever I could. Still, sometimes I would find signs that someone had been inside. Muddy prints on the floor, the cot shifted, or the stove cold, but with ashes that weren't from my wood. One time I found a dead bird laid neatly on the pillow. By September I was working on edge all the time. Every snap of a twig made me grip my flashlight harder. Every shadow looked like someone standing just beyond the trees. I thought about asking for transfer, but I didn't want to explain why. I told myself I just had to make it through the season. Then came the final night. I was checking a ridge trail late, trying to clear it before a storm moved in. Clouds were rolling fast, wind high, and the sky turning dark early. As I hiked back toward the truck, I noticed something on the ground ahead. A rope stretched across the trail, half buried under leaves. I froze. When I looked closer, I saw it was tied to a heavy branch balanced above, rigged to swing down. A trap. My chest tightened as I scanned the woods. Someone had set it knowing hikers or rangers used this path. I cut the rope with my knife and moved fast. The whole way back, I felt the woods alive around me, like every shadow was ready to move. When I reached the truck, the back hatch was open. I know I had shut it. Inside, my gear was tossed around, maps shredded, food bags cut open. In the center of the mess was a single boot print pressed in the dust of the floorboard. The same size, the same deep tread as the ones I had been seeing for months. That was it for me. I drove out of the park that night with my hands locked tight on the wheel and the storm breaking open above. Rain hammered the windshield, lightning split the sky, and in every flash I swore I saw shapes standing in the trees along the road, watching me leave. I put in for transfer the next day. I never set foot in that ridge sector again. Even now, years later, I still think about it. I think about the burned backpack, the missing hiker, the traps on the trail. I think about the silence at night and the heavy steps outside the cabin. Most of all, I think about how that person, or maybe people, are still out there, living in those ridges, watching, waiting for the next one who wanders too far off trail. And I know this much with certainty. What scared me most was not the idea that someone dangerous was out there, but the knowledge that they wanted me to know they were. I became a park ranger almost 10 years ago, and during that time I've seen things most people would never believe if they didn't live through it themselves. People imagine a ranger's job as walking trails, answering questions about birds, or helping tourists find campsites, and sure, that's part of it. But what they don't think about are the search and rescues, the missing hikers, the illegal hunters, the bodies we sometimes find in the woods after days of searching. The forest isn't a friendly place. It doesn't care about you. It doesn't even notice you. It's silent, it's vast, and it hides things better than anything else in the world. The forest where I worked covered hundreds of square miles. Thick pine, steep ridges, deep valleys, cliffs, rivers, and old logging roads that went nowhere. You could walk in one direction for an entire day and never hit a road or a house. People underestimated it all the time, and those were the ones we usually ended up searching for. I thought I'd gotten used to it after years on the job, but one call still stays with me. It was in late October, just before the first snow came. The air was cold enough at night to freeze the top layer of puddles, and the days were short, the kind where the sun is already low by late afternoon. That time of year always made me uneasy because mistakes meant more than a scraped knee or a night in the woods. Cold kills quickly, and every missing hiker turns into a potential body recovery. That morning, I got called into the station. A car had been parked overnight at one of the trailheads that led into the more remote part of the park. That wasn't unusual by itself, but the ranger who checked the lot noticed that the same car had been there for 3 days straight. No camping permit was filed, no one had checked in. That set off alarms because it usually meant one of two things. Someone was squatting illegally deep in the woods, or someone went hiking and didn't come back. We ran the plates, and the car belonged to a man in his late 20s who lived about 2 hours away. No missing person report had been filed yet, but that wasn't surprising. People usually don't file reports until someone misses work or family notices they've been gone too long. But 3 days in the woods at this time of year with no sign of return was bad news. I packed up my gear, a map, radio, GPS, first aid kit, survival blanket, and a sidearm, standard protocol when you're going into the deep backcountry alone. The trail where the car was parked wasn't one of the well-maintained ones. It was technically marked, but it got rough quickly, more of a narrow game trail in some places than a proper path. Hikers who wanted solitude used it, and hunters sometimes slipped in there illegally. I started just after sunrise. The air had that heavy silence I only feel in late fall, like the forest itself is holding its breath. No bugs, no birds singing, just the crunch of frost under my boots. The first couple miles were easy, just steady uphill climbing through pines. But as the hours passed, the trail grew fainter. At times it disappeared completely into patches of deadfall, and I had to stop and look for signs of human passage. Broken branches, a boot print, disturbed moss, small things. But when you've tracked as many people as I have, you learn to read the forest like a book. After about 4 miles, I found the first sign that the missing hiker had been through. A discarded wrapper from an energy bar wedged under some roots. It looked recent, not weathered, and matched the kind of supplies most hikers carry. I marked the spot on my GPS and kept going. The terrain got harder, rocky slopes and gullies that forced me to zigzag. I checked my watch often. In search and rescue, daylight is everything. You measure your progress against how many hours of usable light you have left. Once the sun drops, the temperature falls fast and visibility shrinks to nothing. By early afternoon, I reached a ridge that overlooked a valley choked with trees. I took a break, ate half my sandwich, and scanned the forest below with binoculars. Nothing moved. No sign of smoke, no flashes of color that might be clothing, no birds circling. Just endless dark green. Climbing down into the valley was slow. The slope was steep, and the ground was covered with loose rocks hidden under leaves. I slipped more than once and had to catch myself on branches. Halfway down, I found something that made my stomach tighten. A hiking pole snapped in two, lying beside a rock. It hadn't been there long. The brake looked clean, and the handle still had dirt on it. That told me 2 things. First, I was on the right track, and second, whoever I was looking for might have been injured. A broken pole usually means a fall. I scanned the area more carefully, and sure enough, about 20 yards downslope, I saw a scuff mark on the ground where someone had slid. I followed the marks down. The slope ended at a dry creek bed filled with boulders, and there, caught between 2 rocks, was a torn piece of fabric. It looked like part of a jacket sleeve. I crouched, examined it, and stuffed it into my pack. The creek bed led deeper into the valley, twisting through thickets so dense I had to push branches aside with both hands. I kept calling in my position over the radio, leaving markers on trees with bright tape so that a rescue team could follow if needed. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. The forest down there was darker, colder, and dead quiet. Even the wind seemed to avoid it. Every step echoed in my ears, and I kept catching myself looking over my shoulder. That kind of silence does things to you. It makes you think something is nearby even when nothing is there. After about a mile, I found the first real sign of trouble. A campsite, or rather what was left of one. A small clearing by the creek had blackened stones where a fire had been, but the fire was long out. A crumpled tent lay half collapsed, one pole broken, the fabric ripped. A backpack was torn open, contents scattered, food wrappers, a crushed water bottle, a notebook with damp pages curling at the edges. I searched carefully. No blood, no obvious sign of a struggle, but the damage looked deliberate, not just wind or animals. I'd seen animal raids before. They usually go for the food. Here, it looked like someone had stomped through everything, tearing, breaking, smashing. The notebook caught my attention. Most of the pages were smeared from water, but a few words were still legible. Notes about mileage, landmarks, and times. The last entry was 3 days ago, the same day the car had been noticed. No mention of trouble, just a line about planning to push deeper into the valley. I radioed in, gave the coordinates, and requested backup. But I knew it could be hours before anyone reached me. The valley was hard to access, and daylight was already slipping. I faced a choice: hold position at the campsite or keep following the trail alone. Something in me didn't want to stay there. The ruined camp gave me a crawling feeling I can't describe, like standing in someone else's mess, something I shouldn't touch. I decided to push on, at least another mile, before setting up my own camp for the night. The creek narrowed and turned rocky again, forming little cliffs and drop-offs. I climbed carefully, marking my path, and then I found it, a boot. One single hiking boot lying on its side in the dirt. It was the right brand and size to match the missing man. About 10 feet away, half hidden under leaves, I found the other. Both laces were missing. That was wrong. Nobody just leaves their boots in the forest, especially in terrain like this. I swept the area with my flashlight even though it wasn't fully dark yet. That's when I noticed more fabric. A shirt, torn down the middle, snagged on a bush. And nearby, a sleeping bag rolled up, but shredded open, like it had been sliced. The radio crackled once, then went dead. No response when I called back. I checked my GPS. Signal flickered, then froze. That shouldn't have happened. We had good coverage in most areas, even valleys. Something about that place cut me off. The sun was dropping fast, the valley filling with shadow. I didn't like it, but I couldn't risk stumbling blind through rough ground in the dark. I found a relatively flat spot against a large boulder, cleared the ground, and set up my emergency bivvy. No fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I ate a cold ration, sipped water, and sat listening. That night was the longest of my life. I kept hearing things. Not voices, not animals exactly, but movement, branches snapping, rocks shifting. Once, something heavy splashed in the creek and then went still. I lay with my hand on my sidearm, staring into the black until my eyes burned. At some point, exhaustion dragged me under. I dreamed of running, of someone crashing through the forest just ahead of me, never turning back, just running and running until the trees closed in. When I woke, the ground was white with frost. My radio still dead. I packed quickly, eager to move. I followed the creek another mile and then stopped dead. The body. He was lying face down in the shallows, water lapping over his shoulders. Clothes shredded, skin pale, hair matted with leaves. No shoes, no pack. I waded in, flipped him gently. His face was slack, eyes open. Bruises covered his arms, deep scratches on his back. His throat. I swallowed hard. The throat had a dark line around it, deep, ragged. Rope. That much was obvious. Someone had strangled him. I backed out of the water, heart hammering. I knew then this wasn't an accident. It wasn't a fall or exposure. Someone else had been out there with him. Someone who had wrecked his camp, St. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet. I thought working in the woods, far from the noise of towns and cities, would give me the kind of peace I had always wanted. I didn't grow up with much. I lived in a small apartment near a busy road where traffic never stopped and neighbors argued all night. Nature was the one place that felt steady, calm, and bigger than the problems I carried around in my head. When I got the ranger job, I thought I'd finally found my place in the world. But no one tells you how heavy it can be when you are the one responsible for the land, the animals, and the people who wander into it. The park where I worked was huge. It stretched for miles with thick pine forests, winding trails, rivers, and rocky ridges that seemed endless when you were standing in the middle of them. Most visitors never saw more than a fraction of it. They stuck to marked paths, campgrounds, and picnic areas. My job took me deeper. I went where the tourists didn't, checking for hazards, cleaning up after careless campers, and keeping an eye on wildlife. I had been at the job long enough to know it wasn't all postcard views and peaceful mornings. I had seen people die out there. Some from accidents, some from stupidity, and some from things that no brochure could prepare you for. One summer, I was assigned a stretch of backcountry that was harder to patrol than most. It wasn't the busiest part of the park, but it was dense and rough. If someone got hurt out there, it could take hours just to reach them. I carried everything I thought I might need: first aid gear, radio, maps, even an extra water filter, because I knew I couldn't rely on visitors being prepared. Most of my patrols were quiet. I'd hike, take notes, clear trash, and return by evening. But the deeper I went into that section, the more I felt something pressing on me that I couldn't shake. It wasn't anything supernatural. It was something heavier, more practical, more dangerous. It started with little signs. I found a pile of food wrappers stuffed into a hollow log, far from any campsite. That wasn't unusual by itself. People hid trash all the time. But then I started finding more. Cans, torn clothing, a makeshift fire pit covered with brush as if someone didn't want it seen. A week later, I found a broken hunting arrow and a length of rope hanging from a low branch, frayed at the ends. All of this was deep in the woods where there were no official campsites. Whoever left it didn't want to be found. The longer I worked that area, the more certain I became that someone was living out there. Squatters showed up now and then in national parks. Sometimes it was people running from something, sometimes just drifters who didn't want to be part of the world anymore. Most of them tried to stay hidden, but the thing that bothered me was the way this person, or people, were hiding. The trash wasn't scattered. It was tucked away. The fire pits were buried. Even the footprints I noticed seemed brushed over, as if someone had dragged branches across the ground to hide their path. That wasn't normal. That was someone who didn't just want to be left alone. That was someone who didn't want to be found. I reported what I found, but we were short-staffed that season. My supervisor told me to keep an eye on it, gather more information, and not to confront anyone unless I had backup. So I kept patrolling, and each time I went out, I felt that invisible pressure grow stronger. The day it turned bad, the sky was heavy and gray, and the air felt like it was holding its breath. I had been out since sunrise, checking trail markers and clearing a downed branch near one of the streams. I decided to swing off the main trail to check the hollow log where I had first found trash weeks earlier. When I got there, the log was empty, but there were fresh tracks in the dirt nearby. They weren't boot prints. They looked more like worn-out shoes, thin tread pressed into the soil. I followed them without really thinking about it, letting my training take over. The tracks wound between thick pines and led me into a shallow valley where the ground was soft and damp. That was when I saw it, a lean-to shelter made from branches and a torn blue tarp. It was tucked against a rock face, almost invisible unless you came at it from the right angle. For a minute I just stood there watching. My first thought was that no one was home, but then I noticed smoke. Not much, just a faint line rising from a buried fire pit near the shelter. Whoever was there had gone to lengths to hide the smoke, but it was still visible if you knew what to look for. I should have left. I should have marked the location on my map and radioed it in. That was the smart thing to do, but I stepped closer. I told myself I just wanted to confirm if anyone was living there before I reported it. I moved slow, keeping my boots quiet on the damp soil. That was when I saw the pile. At first I thought it was firewood stacked near the shelter. Then I looked closer. It wasn't wood. It was bones. Not animal bones like you might expect in the woods. They were too long, too thin. Human bones, bleached white by weather, stacked neatly in a pile like cordwood. I froze where I stood, every nerve in my body screaming at me to turn around. But I didn't. I looked harder. The bones weren't just tossed there. They were arranged. Next to them were pieces of clothing, shredded and faded, some with dried dark stains that didn't take much imagination to recognize. The air went cold, even though the day was warm. My heart was hammering so loud I thought it would give me away. I backed up slowly, careful not to snap a branch or shift a rock under my boots. I turned to leave, but that was when I heard it. The faint crunch of footsteps behind me. I didn't look. I just moved as quietly as I could, putting distance between me and the shelter. I knew if I broke into a run, whoever was there would hear me for sure. My radio was on my belt, but I didn't dare reach for it until I was further away. I moved through the trees, every sense stretched thin, until I found a thick patch of brush to crouch behind. My hands shook as I unhooked the radio and pressed the button, but all I got was static. I was too deep in the valley. The signal wasn't strong enough. I had to get higher ground. I started climbing out of the valley, forcing myself to stay steady. I could hear movement below me. Whoever lived in that shelter knew someone had been close. The crack of branches, the shift of footsteps, the low, dragging sound of something heavy being moved. I didn't look back. I focused on each step, each grip on the earth as I climbed. When I reached the ridge above, I pulled the radio again. This time I got through. I kept my voice low but urgent, reporting the shelter, the bones, everything I had seen. They told me to stay put, that backup was on the way, but staying put wasn't an option. I could hear movement below me, coming closer. I moved along the ridge, staying low, keeping the valley in sight. I saw a figure step out from the trees near the shelter. Thin, tall, with clothes hanging in tatters. Their face was hidden by a hood, but the way they moved was deliberate, searching. They circled the shelter, then stopped, head tilted like they were listening. Even from that distance, I felt their focus like a weight pressing on me. I knew then that this wasn't just some squatter. This was someone dangerous, someone who had been out there long enough to strip people down to bones and stack them like firewood. I didn't wait to see more. I kept moving along the ridge until I found a trail I recognized. I followed it fast, not running but close, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The forest felt alive with noise. Branches snapping, birds bursting from cover, the rush of my own blood in my ears. It took me over an hour to reach the access road where I knew backup would arrive. When I finally saw the headlights of another ranger truck bouncing along the dirt, relief hit me so hard I nearly dropped to my knees. I led them back. By the time we reached the valley again, the shelter was gone. The tarp, the bones, everything vanished. The ground was disturbed. Brush dragged across the soil to cover tracks. But there was nothing left to prove what I had seen. The others looked at me with doubt in their eyes, but I knew what I had seen. I knew what was out there. We searched for days. Helicopters, dogs, teams of rangers combing every ridge and valley. We found scraps, bits of clothing, a rusted knife, another hidden fire pit, but never the shelter, never the bones. Whoever it was, they knew the land better than we did. They melted back into the trees like smoke. I stayed on the job, but I was never the same after that. Every time I stepped into those woods, I felt watched. Every time I found a fresh fire pit or heard a branch snap in the distance, I thought of that pile of bones and the hooded figure standing in the trees. The park never put out a warning. They said it would cause panic without proof. Officially, it was written off as a squatter camp. Nothing more. But I knew better. I still know better. Somewhere out there in the deep folds of that forest, someone is still living, still hiding, still waiting. And I can't stop thinking about the bones. There were too many for one person to leave behind, too many to be explained away. Here's a long, single-piece, first-person, realistic park ranger horror story. No ghosts, no fantasy, just raw realism, everyday words, and a clear ending. I started working as a park ranger because I love the woods. That's what I told myself when I first signed up, and in many ways it was true. I liked being away from the crowds, away from cars and constant noise, and I liked the steady rhythm of trees swaying and streams running. But loving the woods is one thing, and living with what can happen deep inside them is another thing entirely. My years as a ranger taught me that the forest doesn't care if you love it. It doesn't care if you're careful, or if you respect it, or if you think you know it. The forest doesn't think or feel, it just exists, and people are often the ones who bring danger into it. That was something I would learn the hard way during one of the longest nights of my life. It was early autumn, the time when the air feels sharp at night and the daylight hours shorten fast. My assignment that week was a stretch of trail running along the edge of a large river canyon. The terrain there was rugged, with thick pine forests broken up by rocky slopes. There were a couple of small backcountry campsites rangers checked every few days. Most hikers respected the rules, but every now and then we found signs of people doing things they weren't supposed to. Cutting down live trees for firewood, leaving trash, camping outside designated spots. My job was to check, clean up, and make sure no one was getting themselves into trouble. That morning, I had started from the ranger station with a heavy pack. I carried extra water, food, a first aid kit, my radio, and a small notepad to record anything worth reporting. The trail wasn't too difficult at first. Fallen leaves crunched under my boots, and the forest smelled of pine sap mixed with that faint, sweet rot of things dying back for the cold season. The sky was gray and low, the kind of weather that kept casual day hikers at home. I knew I wouldn't see many people out there. The first few miles passed quietly. I checked a campsite near the river and found only some ashes in the fire pit, still cold, meaning someone had camped there a few days ago, but nothing more. I noted it down and moved on. The deeper I went, the quieter everything felt. Birds were still around, but their calls were scattered and faint, and the wind through the branches seemed louder than usual. I remember feeling the silence pressing on me a little harder than normal, the way it does when you're far from roads or houses. By mid-afternoon, I reached the second campsite on my list. This one was further from the river and tucked into a grove of fir trees. Right away, I could tell something was wrong. There was a smell that didn't belong, sharp and sour, cutting through the normal forest smells. At first, I thought it might be a dead animal, which wasn't uncommon, but as I got closer, I saw the site had been used recently and badly. The fire ring was scattered, blackened rocks thrown out of place. Around it were half-burned food wrappers, beer cans, and a pile of wet clothing that had been stomped into the dirt. A cheap nylon tent was still standing, but it was ripped open along one side, as if someone had torn it in anger. Inside, sleeping bags were thrown about, and one of them was smeared with something dark. It looked like old blood, dried into the fabric. I felt my stomach tighten, and I crouched down to look more closely. There wasn't enough to suggest a fatal injury, but there had been some kind of accident or fight here. I stood up and scanned the ground around the site. Footprints overlapped in the mud near the fire ring, more than one pair. Some prints led off toward the thicker trees, heading in no clear direction. My job required me to stay calm and record, so I pulled out my notepad and started sketching the layout. Trash, blood on sleeping bag, ripped tent, multiple footprints. I also noted the smell again, not just rot, but something like spoiled meat mixed with sweat. It hung in the air heavy, and I caught myself breathing shallow just to avoid it. I radioed in a quick report, giving my location and describing what I had found. The signal was weak, but I managed to get through. They told me to stay put, mark the site, and wait for another ranger to hike in so we could check the area together. That was the protocol. I agreed, but when I clipped the radio back to my vest, I kept looking at the trees where the footprints disappeared. Something in me didn't want to just wait. The light was fading fast, the gray sky darkening toward dusk. I knew the other ranger wouldn't reach me until late evening. That left hours of waiting in a place that didn't feel safe. I walked the edge of the campsite slowly, scanning for anything I'd missed. That's when I found the broken branch. It was a thick piece of pine, snapped clean about 6 feet off the ground, with dark stains along the wood. Blood again. Whoever had been here hadn't just cut themselves. Something violent had happened, something big enough to leave marks on trees and fabric. I felt a chill creep over me as the quiet of the forest seemed to grow heavier, like everything was holding its breath. I told myself to stay at the campsite, but after half an hour of pacing, I couldn't shake the thought of those footprints. I didn't like the idea of sitting still if someone hurt was out there, or worse, if someone dangerous was still nearby. Against protocol, I shouldered my pack again and started following the tracks. The prints led into a darker part of the forest where the trees grew close together. The ground was uneven, tangled with roots and rocks, but the mud kept the footprints visible. They staggered as if the person had been limping or fighting to stay upright. I followed them deeper, my headlamp switching on as the light drained out of the sky. The smell grew stronger the further I went. It was no longer just spoiled meat. It was human sweat, the kind you smell on clothing that's been worn too long without washing, mixed with blood and damp earth. My skin prickled and I kept stopping to listen. At first there was nothing but my own breath and the crunch of boots. Then, faintly, I thought I heard something else, a dragging sound, uneven and heavy, like weight pulled over leaves. I froze and switched off my headlamp, standing still in the dark. The dragging stopped too. My heart thudded in my ears. I stayed still until my legs ached, then slowly clicked the lamp back on. The beam caught more footprints, smeared and messy, leading down into a shallow gully. Against my better judgment, I followed. At the bottom of the gully, the ground opened into a small clearing choked with fallen logs. There, half hidden under a tangle of branches, I found the source of the smell. It was a man lying face down, unmoving. His clothes were torn, his arms scraped raw, and one leg bent at an unnatural angle. He wasn't moving, but when I crouched closer, I saw his back rise shallowly. He was breathing, barely. I reached for my radio, but before I could lift it, I heard movement above me. A rock shifted somewhere on the slope, and then another. I swung the light upward and caught a glimpse of someone standing on the edge of the gully, half hidden by trees. Just a shape at first, but then clearer, tall, shoulders hunched, head low. The beam of my light caught his face for only a second, but it was enough to see blood smeared across his skin and wild, unfocused eyes staring down at me. I didn't call out. My throat locked up. The figure stood perfectly still, watching. Then he stepped back, vanishing into the trees. I fumbled for the radio, voice shaking as I gave my location again, repeating it 3 times. Static crackled back at me, no clear reply. My hands felt numb as I clipped it back and looked at the man on the ground again. He was still breathing, but shallow, too weak to move. That meant whoever had attacked him might still be close, and I was alone down in the gully. I made the decision to back away slowly, keeping my light sweeping the tree line. Every sound seemed louder now, the snap of twigs, the sigh of wind, even the rustle of my pack straps. I climbed out of the gully, legs shaking, and started back toward the campsite. I didn't dare run at first, but the longer I moved without seeing the figure again, the more I wanted to. Soon I was half jogging through the dark headlamp beam, swinging wildly, heart pounding so hard it hurt. When I finally reached the ruined campsite again, I dropped my pack and crouched low, listening. I kept the fire ring between me and the trees, scanning every shadow. Minutes dragged into hours. The other ranger never came. My radio remained silent except for bursts of static. All I could do was wait and hope the figure hadn't followed me back. The night was endless. Every time the wind moved the branches, I thought I saw someone standing there. My flashlight battery ran low, and I sat in darkness for long stretches, ears straining for any sign of footsteps. But the forest stayed quiet. Somewhere out there was a man barely alive in a gully, and somewhere else was another man, blood-stained and wild, stalking through the trees. I was caught between them, powerless to do much more than survive until morning. When dawn finally came, gray light seeping through the branches, I gathered my things and forced myself back toward the gully. My stomach was tight with dread, but I knew I couldn't leave someone out there. The walk felt longer than before, each step heavy with the fear of seeing that figure again. When I reached the clearing, the branches where the man had been were empty. Only a dark stain remained on the ground where his body had lain. The footprints leading away from the site were a chaotic mess, as if someone had dragged something heavy through the mud. They vanished into the thicker woods. I never found the injured man again.